Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
System start. I can sell superpowers from an invincible hero. Part 1. I've transmigrated to another world, have you? I've been bound to a system, have you? I can die from being too handsome, can you? Okay, I know it sounds ridiculous, but this really happened to me. If the heavens gave me another chance, I hope I wouldn't be as handsome and good looking as all you readers here, to the point of dying from my own looks and transmigrating into the world of the animation, Invincible, and obtaining the superpower selling system. Generally speaking, transmigrating to another world and binding a system should be the start of a protagonist comeback, but Didi didn't think so, because this is the foolish world of Invincible. Although it's a superhero-themed animation, its gore is no less than that of some horror movies. Subway collisions and villain invasions happen at the drop of a hat. Most importantly, the protagonist of this anime, Invincible young hero Mark, is either getting beaten up or on his way to getting beaten up. In such a world, the danger level for an ordinary person is incredibly high. Even if Didi bound a system, before he grew stronger, he was just a small fry who could be crushed at any moment. Moreover, his current location seemed very unfriendly. The massive white sandstone building, the ancient Greco-Roman portico, and the neatly manicured large lawn all informed Didi that his current location was the residence and workplace of the President of the United States, the White House. Not just in the Invincible universe, but in all superhero works and even movies, the White House has always been one of the locations most frequently attacked by supervillains. For example, in Invincible, the very first scene of the animation is the White House being attacked. Therefore, Didi didn't want to stay here at all. He wanted to leave, to flee, to get away from this place of trouble. However, before he could act, the ground began to shake, and two blue-skinned hulks wearing black and white tights crawled out from underground. At the same time, machine guns atop the White House began to pour fire, bullets hitting the two hulks as if they cost nothing. But as mentioned before, this is a superhero world. In that case, how could ordinary machine gun bullets harm villains who dared to attack the White House? The next moment, the two hulks picked up cannons and fought back, easily destroying all the machine gun emplacements. The massive tremors caused Didi to lose his balance and fall to the ground, with a white guard falling beside him. Didi endured the pain and stole a glance at the two blue hulks. Seeing that they weren't paying attention to him, he was overjoyed and propped himself up to escape. But just then, bang! A gunshot rang out from beside him. It was the white guard who had fired at the two armed thugs. Didi cursed as a shadow instantly loomed over him, sending a chill down his spine. Stiffly turning his neck, Didi saw in terror that one of the blue hulks was already crouching in front of him, looking playfully at him and the guard. The guard was still holding his gun, finger on the trigger, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Didi leapt up from the ground, snatched the gun from the guard's hand with surprising speed, and threw it on the ground. Because this blue-skinned muscular hulk wasn't afraid of bullets at all. Continuing to shoot would only piss him off and lead to another round of attacks. Even though superheroes would arrive shortly, Didi didn't dare to gamble. Who knew if his presence would cause a deviation in the plot? Two people, a bit in the way. Might as well just deal with them. Saying this, the blue hulk raised the cannon in his hand, intending to give Didi a shot. Didi was pale with fright. This isn't how I thought it would go. The dark muzzle was placed right in front of Didi's eyes, almost stuffed into his mouth. In an instant, Didi was filled with a desire for survival, because he knew that if he stayed here, he would really die. Whoosh! Didi threw himself to the side with all his might, accidentally colliding with the guard and tumbling away with him. Boom! Behind them, a violent explosion rang out, dust and debris scattering everywhere, messing up Didi's hair. Didi helped the guard up and simultaneously opened the superpower selling system with lightning speed. If he wanted to live, he had to rely on this. His gaze scanned rapidly, and Didi soon understood the function of this system. The system produced superpowers for Didi to sell. The more he sold, the stronger he would become. It was that simple. Although Dai didn't yet know the specific operating mechanism, there was no time left. He randomly pulled a superpower from the system, pressed it onto the guard's terrified face, and shouted, "If you don't want to die, buy this from me." Although the guard was dazed, under the pressure of death, he subconsciously uttered those words. "I'll buy it, I'll buy it." Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first successful transaction. Reward. A third type contract signed exceptionally, granting a 30% physical attribute bonus from the transaction target. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift pack. The system will produce superpowers from time to time. Please keep up the good work and sell more superpowers. Listen. Dai ignored the system and grabbed the guard's collar. "You have superpowers now. Although I don't know what your superpower is, I need you to go and take down that guy." Dai pointed his finger, right at the Blue Hulk emerging from the smoke. The Blue Hulk raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully. "What? Just him? You think he's a protagonist in a manga who can awaken superpowers in a crisis?" The guard was also confused on top of confused, his face full of disbelief, but his subconscious told him he had become stronger. That's right, he had become stronger. He felt like he could punch a cow to death right now. Not only that, looking at the young Asian man in front of him, a new desire to protect him suddenly arose. This thought actually made him even more certain that he could punch a cow to death. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Intermittent cries for help came through. The white guard turned his head and saw his black colleague hiding behind the bushes, trembling. "John. He didn't manage to escape. No, I have to protect him." Just like that, the white guard's confidence suddenly surged. He was no longer afraid of this blue-skinned terrorist. He jumped up from the ground and charged at the enemy, swinging his fist. Seeing the guard charging at him, the Blue Hulk grinned, about to laugh. "You don't really think." However, before he could finish his sentence, a fistful of power smashed into his face. The immense force made him lose control of his body, twisting in midair until he spun 360 degrees and flew backward with a thud. The white guard was also shocked by the power of this punch. He looked at his smoking fist and muttered to himself, "Is this really my power?" Not only the white guard, but even Dai, the instigator of it all, was shocked. He hadn't expected the ability he sold randomly to be so heaven-defying, knocking down a major villain in one go. Just how powerful was this ability? Consequently, Dai opened the system to investigate. The greatest protector in the universe. The more races they protect, the stronger they become, even rivaling the gods. Superheroes who obtain this ability are generally known as Race Knight. PFF'd. Dai couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of salt soda. What the hell? Why is this superpower called Race Knight? Isn't the pun on racial discrimination a bit too obvious? It's just a terrible homophone joke. And what's with the gets stronger the more races you protect thing? That's ridiculous. And don't tell me this white guard is named Paul. Ahem, Paul, what are you doing? A shocked voice came from beside him. It turned out the black guard had looked up after hearing the commotion and discovered everything. Of course, after hearing the other man call the white guard by name, Dai completely lost it. But now wasn't the time for snark. Since he was safe, he had to flee immediately. The local superheroes of this world would arrive soon, followed by the Global Defense Bureau. He didn't want to be caught and turned into a tool. So, using the physical attribute boost he gained from Paul, Dai vanished in an instant, slipping away to who knows where. Shortly after Dai left, a group of unique and powerful superheroes descended. They were. Never mind. These superheroes would soon be slaughtered by the bootleg Superman, the protagonist's father in this animation. However, there's one person here worth mentioning. Him. The boss of the superheroes in the animation, the supreme leader of the Global Defense Bureau, Cecil Stedman. He was a middle-aged man, usually dressed in a black suit. Surprisingly, half of his face was nearly disfigured, making him look like a villain from a movie. In reality, he was a rational, heroic figure whose guiding principle was global interests above all else. Such a figure had actually personally come to the front lines of this terrorist encounter today. Of course, his purpose wasn't the two blue criminals known as the Mahler twins, but Paul, who was supposed to be a White House guard. All right, Paul, don't be nervous. Tell me, what happened? How did you obtain this superpower? I don't know. Paul looked a bit flustered. All I know is a handsome young man asked me if I wanted to buy a superpower from him. I said yes, and then I had superpowers. Director Cecil was silent for a moment before speaking solemnly. Paul, are you sure you remember correctly? I'm sure. Paul looked up, meeting Director Cecil's hawk-like eyes, and suddenly lost his confidence. I don't know. Paul took a deep breath and continued, I just know I was very scared at the time. But when I saw everyone around me in danger, a power surged from within my body. It made me want to protect them and defeat the Mahler twins. My mind was a mess then, maybe it was just my imagination. Director Cecil fell silent again. After a long while, he finally spoke, patting Paul on the shoulder. That's enough, Paul. I understand. This must be an innate ability of yours. That young man merely stimulated you to trigger it. You were born to protect the world. In that case, do you have any desire to protect the world? Protect the world. Paul closed his eyes, thinking of that young man and his black colleague. A sense of mission erupted from his heart. He wanted to protect others. No, he wanted to protect more than just individuals, but everyone, an entire race, regardless of skin color or personality. I do. The superpower Dai sold him was simultaneously and subtly changing his personality. Director Cecil smiled. Good. You need a codename. After saying this, Director Cecil quietly passed an order to his subordinates, monitor Dai. Meanwhile, Dai was lying comfortably on the soft bed of a seedy hotel, checking the system he had just acquired. The superpower selling system was presented similarly to those of other transmigrator predecessors, mainly as a blue panel with several options neatly listed: personal attributes, system shelf, signed contracts, and storage warehouse. The other options were self-explanatory, but what truly interested Dai was the newbie gift bag, sitting in the storage warehouse. Based on his experience reading novels, Dai deduced that the contents of the gift bag wouldn't be bad, so he happily opened the item. Bang! A burst of virtual confetti went off, followed by two strange items. One was a skill card, and the other seemed to be a product card. As soon as these two items popped out, they automatically merged into Dai's consciousness, instantly letting him know what they were. But after finding out, Dai's eyes twitched violently. He grabbed his pillow and slammed it onto the floor. What a scam. Why is the skill from the newbie gift bag 100% hit low leg sweep? As long as it's a humanoid standing on the ground, they'll definitely be hard CC'd by my low kick, right? And what the hell is that superpower product card? Super prophecy. It can predict if someone's parents got married on the same day. Wait, actually, that does seem pretty miraculous. Miraculous my ass. Then I could also predict if someone attended their own parents' wedding. This is ridiculous. He threw another pillow. Huff, puff, huff. Dai began to pant heavily, forcing himself to calm down. He sat in a chair and turned on the TV, using the channels to distract himself. Eventually, Dai moved past his urge to complain and started looking on the bright side. First of all, this 100% hit low leg sweep was definitely strong. Although it sounded scammy at first, it was essentially a conceptual skill, a god-tier hard CC. As long as it was a standing humanoid, they would be tripped. It was a must-have for any occasion, from fighting to traveling. Secondly, that super prophecy could be considered a pity builder. Since the system said superpower products refreshed periodically, the next one might hit the pity and be a truly badass ability. BZZZT. While he was thinking, the TV suddenly switched to a news channel, capturing Dai's full attention. On the screen appeared a guy wearing a simple, colorful combat suit that only revealed the lower half of his face. A news reporter was reporting on him. In this attack by the Mahler twins, not only did the Global Guard intervene, but a new superhero was also born, serving as an excellent deterrent against the Mahler twins. He is Race Knight. From now on, he will join the local superhero team to protect our world. HMPH. Dai chuckled, wearing an "I knew it" expression. The superhero system in the Invincible universe was quite well developed. To become a hero, one had to start from the bottom and work their way up through selection until they joined the Global Guard. Right now, Race Knight's seniority was too low, and his strength wasn't great. Joining a city team was expected. Also, despite him punching the Mahler twins away earlier, that was only because they had underestimated him, it hadn't caused any actual damage. What? You're asking how I know? Nonsense. I possess 30% of Race Knight's strength. How could I not know how powerful he is? Daidi's right arm muscles bulged as he threw a punch into the air with all his might, but it only produced a slight whistling sound. His current punch force was around 2 tons, which meant Race Knight's punch force was about 6 tons. However, the Mahler twins could easily flip a tank, meaning their strength was at least 40 tons. The gap between them was still massive. No, I have to find a way to sell more superpowers. My current strength is still too weak. Donald, have you found that kid's personal information? Cecil Stedman stood with his hands behind his back in the Global Defense Bureau's command room, addressing his necklace assistant, Donald. However, his mind was elsewhere, making him seem somewhat distracted. The assistant, Donald, flipped through the tablet in his hand and replied. We found the boy's basic information. I'll read it to you now. First of all, the boy's name is Daidi. Yes, his name is Daidi. But it's not the English word, daddy, he's Chinese, so, director, you know. Director Cecil nodded. Go on. Alright. Daidi's parents passed away early in an accident because they knew they wouldn't have a chance to appear in this story, leaving him a large inheritance. Not only that, he was transferred by relatives to a high school abroad for his senior year. It's just. Donald stopped there, adjusting his glasses with some hesitation. Just what? Out with it. Donald nodded and continued. It's just that the boy is attending Reginald Weil Johnson High School. Reginald Weil Johnson High School. Very well, send someone to the school to monitor him. He hasn't cleared the suspicion of possessing superpowers. Wait. Cecil suddenly turned around, narrowing his eyes as he stared intently at Donald. Isn't that Omni-Man's son's high school? Beads of sweat rolled down Donald's forehead. Yes, so I don't think sending someone there to monitor him is a good choice. Cecil cursed and slammed his fist onto the desk in front of him. Abort the original plan, Donald. Omni-Man won't want to see us appearing near his son's school. Reginald Weil Johnson High School. Looking at the tall, wide school gates before him, Daidi's left eyelid twitched uncontrollably. That's right, the identity arranged for him in this world was a senior student who had just transferred here. But as luck would have it, the high school he was attending was the very same school where the original protagonist, Mark Grayson, was located. In other words, he was actually schoolmates with the original protagonist. Talk about ridiculous. What? Did they want him to sell superpowers to Mark to make Mark even more badass? Sorry, Daidi couldn't do that. Moreover, Daidi wanted to avoid Mark at all costs. Whether it was Invincible or other media works, most people who followed the protagonist were merely foils, complete sacrifices. Not to mention Mark had a nickname, the Defeated Kid. He was either getting beaten up or on his way to get beaten up. Sigh tilde. Daidi let out a heavy sigh. This was the identity the system had arranged for him, he had no choice. Fortunately, being at the same school as Mark meant Cecil's people wouldn't dare monitor him casually. Mark's father, Omni-Man, wasn't a superhero with a no-kill rule, and Cecil was afraid of provoking him. Alright, let me think about what to do next. Daidi patted his face to force himself to perk up. What he had to do next was follow the life path of this body, study hard, and then secretly sell superpowers to gradually become invincible. This feeling of low-key development in the shadows was actually quite fascinating. Daidi walked into the school. Before long, he finished the paperwork. Led by a teacher, he arrived at a noisy classroom. Everyone there was very welcoming and greeted the new face, Dai, except for two slovenly blonde youths. Thud. A stone was thrown onto Dai's desk. Dai looked up and met the eyes of one of the youths. One of them, a well-built fellow, opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Sorry, could you please give us back our stone? My name is Marcus." Ding. A new superpower has been produced. Please check, host. The system's notification caught Dai's attention. A new superpower. Filled with anticipation, Dai opened the system to check, completely ignoring Marcus's call. However, Dai's actions seemed to thoroughly annoy Marcus. Marcus's face turned red as he stood up from his chair and walked toward Dai in a rage. "Kid, who do you think you are? Stand up for me. Or else." Swish. Marcus's vision blurred. When he came to his senses, he felt his feet leave the ground, his whole body powerless. Looking closely, he realized he had been lifted up by the collar by Dai. Dai's Sanpaka eyes were staring death at him. Marcus broke into a cold sweat from those eyes. "Come with me to the bathroom. Alone." After saying that, Dai dropped him and walked out of the classroom alone. The blonde youth, Marcus, stood there trembling, at a loss. Whether it was those eyes or that unbelievable strength, everything told Marcus that if he didn't go, he was dead. Consequently, Marcus followed Dai to the men's room. Currently, only Marcus and Dai were in the men's room. Dai didn't intend to waste words and got straight to the point, saying, "Do you want to have superpowers? Just like those superheroes, turning invisible while naked, or punching out bad guys, or flying thousands of meters high to do a Getsuga Tensho at the moon?" "What?" Marcus wore an expression of disbelief. "Are you kidding me? Don't you guys not smoke? Shut up." In the blink of an eye, Dai was already in front of Marcus and punched him in the stomach. PFF'd. Marcus spat out stomach acid and fell powerlessly to the ground, clutching his stomach and coughing incessantly. Dai certainly wasn't going to coddle him. He grabbed him by the collar and pinned him into the sink, using cold water to force him back to consciousness. Next, a document appeared in Dai's hand. Dai said coldly, "Sign this superpower purchase contract. This is a notice, not a request." A thick yellow liquid seeped from Marcus's pants. Completely terrified, Marcus began to nod frantically, no longer daring to defy Dai. In his eyes, Dai was a total psychopath. The key was that he couldn't beat him, this guy was freakishly strong. As Marcus nodded, a name was imprinted onto the white document, and the system's voice sounded in Dai's ear. Type 1. Contract transaction successful. You can obtain a 10% physical attribute bonus from the transaction target. Dai nodded. He helped Marcus up from the ground, carefully straightened his clothes, and even washed the stains off his face. Then, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Marcus. From now on, you're a superhero. You bought a superpower from me, so you're my customer, and the customer is God." However, Dai's smile was like a demon's whisper in Marcus's eyes. He only wanted to escape this place as quickly as possible. Aren't you happy to have obtained a superpower? No, 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 no. Marcus shook his head like a rattle, forcing himself to show a smile. "I'm very happy, very happy. I'm a superhero now. I've dreamed of being a superhero since I was a kid." Good. Dai nodded heavily. This was the second superpower he had sold. He was very satisfied with his sales ability. See how happy the customer is. Not a single complaint. Alright, Marcus. Now, I'll tell you what your superpower is. Also, if you're going to pick a code name, I hope you'll choose Superman. And your superpower is, the more you get beaten up, the stronger you get. Marcus. What? Also, if you dare to tell anyone what happened here today, you know the consequences. Dai laughed again, a laugh that made Marcus tremble all over. Alright, you can go now, our great superhero, Amour man. Dai let go of Marcus, and Marcus scrambled away as fast as he could. Since that day, no one at Reginald Wild Johnson High School dared to mess with Dai anymore, because everyone knew that the senior bully Marcus hadn't come back to school since he went to the boys' restroom with Didi. But what they didn't know was that Marcus wasn't about to let it go. What? Marcus, are you crazy? Asking us to deal with a little kid. Please, I just want you to teach him a lesson, not kill him. Besides, he's just a transfer student from China. Alright, but you have to give me the money first. So, that night, Marcus brought his men to the residence Didi's parents had prepared for him, intending to intercept Didi and give him a beating. The result? Well, anyway, Marcus got beaten up badly, really badly. A bruised and swollen Marcus lay on his bed roaring, anger nearly causing his heart to burst. He had never suffered such humiliation. He was unwilling to accept it, but the facts had proven that he couldn't teach Didi a lesson at all. Even the two gang members had been beaten down. But he wouldn't accept it, he just wouldn't. That guy looks so weak, how is this possible? Does he really know Kung Fu? No. Fuming with rage, Marcus swung his fist and smashed it hard against the wall. Bang! A large hole appeared in the wall, and Marcus was instantly stunned. He stared blankly at his hand, finding that there wasn't a single wound on it. The next day, Didi walked down the school hallway, staring intently at his fist, calculating how strong he currently was. First of all, it had been several days since he arrived in this world, which meant Mark had already awakened his Viltrumic genes and started superpower training. At the same time, the day Omni-Man would massacre the Global Guardians was gradually approaching. However, while the plot over there was advancing, Didi had also gained quite a lot here. The race knight's power had increased to over 20 tons, which meant Didi's own strength had increased from 2 tons to 6 tons. It was just a pity that Marcus's progress over there was very small. It seems necessary to make him speed up his pace of becoming stronger. As luck would have it, speak of the devil, a familiar voice came from behind. Hey Didi, I'll show you that you messed with the wrong person. A powerful hand pressed down on Didi's shoulder, forcibly spinning him around, followed by a massive fist smashing into Didi's face. Didi was knocked straight to the ground by the punch. Marcus's eyes froze, clearly startled by his own power. He hadn't expected to be so strong, but he immediately turned fierce, grabbing Didi's collar to continue the beating. But just then, a familiar figure jumped out. Hey, Marcus, what are you doing? Stop it right now. Didi looked behind Marcus and revealed a meaningful smile. This was the reason he didn't fight back. Mark Grayson. Marcus let go of Didi and turned toward Mark. Todd told me about you. What, do you want me to punch your face into a chrysanthemum? There are plenty of guys like you who have no talent but love to show off, just like stray dogs on the side of the road. Listen, Marcus, let's go to the restroom. I know about you and Didi, and I know you were the one in the wrong first. I need to talk to you. At this moment, Mark looked like an ordinary high school student, his physique wasn't that strong. So even if he had superpowers, who would be afraid of him without knowing? Thus, in a fit of rage, Marcus directly swung his fist, using all his strength to smash Mark in the face, sending Mark flying. Mark landed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Marcus in disbelief. Marcus, are you crazy? He had already awakened his superpowers and knew how much force was behind Marcus's punch. Although he didn't know why Marcus had such strength, if an ordinary person took that hit, they'd be crippled if not dead. Fortunately, the onlookers around wouldn't notice the abnormality. Mark always wanted to be a superhero. Therefore, since Marcus had the ability to threaten ordinary people, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Marcus, I'll come find you after school. There are too many people here. You better have the guts. Marcus glared at Mark and ignored him, turning back to continue dealing with Didi, but when he looked back, Didi was nowhere to be found. Veins popped out on Marcus's neck as he roared at the ceiling, Didi. No matter where you run, I'll find you. But as it turned out, after school, before he could find Didi, Mark, transformed into Invincible, found him first. That's right, Mark appeared wearing the classic blue, yellow, and black Invincible costume. Marcus squinted at Invincible and said, "Who are you? I received a report that you may have awakened superpowers and are about to commit an evil act. I'm here to stop you." Invincible young hero Mark paused. "I am invincible. Ridiculous, I've never even heard of you." Marcus clenched his fist and jumped up to give him a punch. This punch was going to send this costumed freak flying. Bang! A figure flew backward, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before finally crashing into a trash can. Clatter tilde. A hand reached out from the pile of trash, struggling to pull the body out. Looking closely, the face of this body was neither Mark's nor Didi's, but the unlucky Marcus's. Marcus touched his head, a bit confused about what had happened, until a burning pain came from his face. Only then did he realize he was the one who had been sent flying. "No, this is impossible." Marcus was enraged. He lunged out of the trash pile and threw another punch at Invincible young hero Mark's face just as he was about to speak. But this time, Invincible young hero Mark was prepared and took the punch head on without moving an inch. "I told you, I'm invincible. You should just give up. You are both strong and weak. Stop using your abilities to attack ordinary people." Invincible. Muscles bulged on Marcus's right hand as he charged up his strongest punch to date. Invincible young hero Mark's expression shifted slightly. "Uh-oh, this is not good. Be-do tilde." The sound of an ambulance soon rang out. When they arrived at the target location, they only found a bruised, swollen, and dying Marcus in the trash pile. But undeniably, Marcus was gradually becoming stronger. Ring tilde. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Didi slung his backpack over his shoulder and was about to head out when he ran into Mark, who seemed to be looking for him specifically. "Hey, Didi, I have some things I want to say to you." Didi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it? Is it about Marcus?" "Oh, you know. Sorry, I got too excited. I came to tell you that Marcus probably won't come looking for trouble with you anymore." Mark scratched his head, unsure if he was saying it right. His communication skills were quite poor. "Anyway, I hope you don't go provoking him either. He's a bit different." Didi was silent for a moment before stepping forward. As he walked, he said, "Don't worry. As long as he doesn't mess with me first, I won't lay a hand on him." But was that really what Didi was thinking? Not at all. Didi actually wished Marcus would come find him, preferably somewhere secluded, so he could give him a good thrashing and help him increase his strength. Similarly, he would try to find opportunities for Marcus to get close to Mark. As the protagonist of Invincible, Mark had an overwhelming sense of justice and would never leave Marcus alone. Thus, in Didi's future plans, Marcus would either be getting beaten up or be on his way to getting beaten up. It was just a pity that Marcus's strength wasn't increasing nearly as fast as the race knights. Even superpowers sold by the system varied in strength. Didi rode his bike back to the villa his parents had left him. It was very remote and quiet. There were no birds chirping, nor the sound of neighbors watering their yards. Everything was so peaceful. Ring tilde. Didi parked his bike and walked toward the front door with his usual ease. But as he drew near, his nerves suddenly tightened. He recoiled like a startled beast, staring intently ahead. The door to his house was open. A broken handle still hung from it, meaning someone had intentionally forced their way in. Who could it be? A recovered Marcus? Or perhaps a supervillain or a mutant beast? Didi didn't know, he only knew he was in trouble. "Don't be nervous, kid. Since you're already back, why don't you come in and have a seat?" A deep, heavy voice drifted out from the villa, causing Didi to drop into a fighting stance. Over the past few days, he had spent quite a bit of time learning martial arts. "Relax, I'm not here to fight you. I just stopped by to see you, on behalf of my boss, of course." A tall figure stepped out from the doorway, his face gradually becoming visible in the sunlight. It was a black man with exaggerated muscles. Anyone else might have been confused, but Didi recognized him at a glance. Titan. In the original work, he was a top enforcer for a Chicago gang, a superhuman who could cover his entire body in rock armor. But why was he here? I told the boss a long time ago to keep a leash on his subordinates and not let them overreach. As a result, they took a contract, provoked you, and were beaten nearly to the point of paralysis. While it's their fault, my boss isn't exactly a reasonable man. Crack. Rock armor instantly covered Titan's body. Kid, I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to take you back. My boss wants to see you. Boom. Titan shot toward Dai like a cannonball, holding nothing back. His years in the mob had taught him never to underestimate any enemy, even if they were just a high school student. What he needed to do now was knock him out and take him back. Of course, he would try his best to ensure his boss didn't kill the kid. Unfortunately, no matter how serious Titan was, he could never have predicted that Daidi's physical fitness was now a quarter as strong as the Mahler twins. Daidi dodged to the left, followed by a right hook to Titan's abdomen, sending him flying. SS's tilde as expected of Titan, he's foolhard. Daidi shook his hand and lunged forward, launching a pursuit against Titan. His fists rained down on Titan, nearly every strike knocking off a piece of his armor. While it seemed like Daidi had the upper hand, he knew in his heart that his opponent was merely familiarizing himself with his fighting style. Bang! A pair of large, rock-encased hands caught Daidi's fist. Titan asked expressionlessly, as I thought, you're unusual. But your combat techniques are too poor. So, what is your superpower? What is my superpower? Daidi chuckled and resumed his attack on Titan, for he felt his strength growing again. It was a new round of feedback from the race knight and Marcus. What do you think my superpower is? If Darkwing's superpower is being rich, then my superpower is being fool handsome. You little brat. The sudden increase in force put pressure on Titan. He knew he couldn't let this continue. Beneath his rock armor, he still had a human body. Once the armor was completely destroyed, he would lose the ability to fight Daidi. Kid, I admit I underestimated you. Now, I'm going to get serious. Titan accelerated instantly. While his left hand parried Daidi's attack, his right hand delivered a heavy blow to Daidi's abdomen, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood with a gah. It wasn't over yet. Titan's fighting skills were incredibly sharp. He swiftly shifted his punching pattern and immediately landed an uppercut on Daidi's chin. This punch made Daidi see stars. His head throbbed, and he nearly blacked out. But he couldn't just faint like this. His path to being invincible had only just begun. How could he fall so easily? Swish. Daidi suddenly crouched down and unleashed a sweep kick at Titan. HMPH, a cheap trick. Titan snorted and prepared to dodge, but the next moment, his head slammed toward the ground against his will. No, it wasn't so much that his head wasn't listening as it was his entire body. What's happening to me? What's going on? Smack. Titan slammed heavily onto the ground, his armor shattering everywhere. I actually didn't dodge it. A shadow loomed over him. Before Titan completely lost consciousness, he only saw a fist the size of a sandbag smashing toward him. Boom. The world went completely silent. Titan had passed out. Covered in blood, Daidi collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and all sorts of strange thoughts popped into his head. Finally, it's over. So this is what fighting is like, it really hurts. I think I should rest for a while, too. The world plunged into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Daidi slowly woke up. The first thing he did was check his surroundings. A white ceiling, white sheets, even the curtains were white. The occasional beep, beep sound reached his ears, making Daidi think instinctively, was I sent to a hospital? And so it was. After Daidi woke up, a group of doctors rushed into the ward and began examining him. Among them, Daidi saw Titan dressed in casual clothes. It had to be said that Titan's durability was truly impressive. He looked as if nothing had happened to him at all. The doctors finished their examination quickly, gave Titan a few instructions, and left. Daidi struggled to sit up in his hospital bed and joked, I thought I'd wake up in some gang's hideout. Titan sighed expressionlessly. Don't worry. I was the one who went down first, so I lost. I won't hand you over to the boss. But to think I was defeated by a single sweep kick, it's really about that. Dai felt a bit awkward mentioning it, but he had to admit that the ability was truly broken. If he had used it sooner, maybe he wouldn't have passed out. Fortunately, the outcome was that Titan didn't pack him up and take him to the mob boss. Alright, since you're awake, I can leave. I have a much more difficult mission to complete. Good luck, kid. Titan pulled on his hood, shoved his hands into his pockets, and left. Watching Titan's receding back, Dai felt a mix of emotions. In truth, Dai quite liked the character of Titan from the original work. Although he was a gang member, he always maintained a moral compass, was both brave and resourceful, and desired to make the city better, even going as far as to oppose Machine Head. Tap, tap. There was a mysterious tapping sound on the glass. Dai turned his head and saw a guy in a colorful skin-tight suit with slicked back hair floating outside the window, watching him with calm, steady eyes. Dai recognized the guy. Race Knight. Crash. Glass shattered as Race Knight burst through the window, floating through the air until he was right in front of Mr. Dai. Mr. Dai's eye twitched as he whispered, "How did you find me? How did you find me?" Race Knight didn't answer immediately. Instead, he waved his arm, using telekinesis to create an invisible field that blocked out all sound. Now, no one will hear anything that happens here, Race Knight said expressionlessly. Mr. Dai narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't forget, your superpowers were granted by me. You signed a contract. As long as you attack me, I have the right to revoke those powers. I hold the final right of interpretation for everything." Race Knight remained silent, observing Mr. Dai for a moment. He used his powerful perception to carefully sense Mr. Dai's heart rate and breathing changes. The result was that he was perfectly calm. This indicated that Mr. Dai was not lying. Sigh tilde, Race Knight exhaled a breath of hot air. Rest assured, I have never thought of harming you. From the day I received my superpowers, I was given a mission to protect every species in the world and even the universe. Therefore, I will not harm you, I will only harm those villains who are a danger to Earth. Then what is your purpose for coming to find me? Race Knight's words left Mr. Dai somewhat confused. Sigh tilde, Race Knight sighed again. This time, he could no longer maintain a calm expression, and his face suddenly slumped. Mr. Dai, I need your help. Before Mr. Dai could speak, Race Knight stated the real reason he needed help. Mr. Dai, as I said before, protecting races is my mission. Because of this, I can sense everyone's bloodline genes, even different subgroups of the same species, whether black or white. But because of this, I have sensed that Omni-Man, the strongest man on this planet, does not belong here. He comes from a powerful and terrifying planet. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee his morality, so I must be prepared to deal with him at any time. But, the power I possess is far too weak compared to him. Race Knight looked down at his own hands. Despite possessing superhuman strength and telekinetic abilities, he was still like an ant before Omni-Man. What? Mr. Dai was struck with shock. Are you crazy? You actually want to deal with Omni-Man? You'll be killed. I know, but I have no choice, unless Omni-Man poses no threat to Earth. Mr. Dai's mouth twitched frantically. Race Knight might not know, but as someone who had read the original work, there was no way he didn't know. Omni-Man's purpose for coming to Earth wasn't protection, but conquest. To achieve this goal, Omni-Man would not hesitate to kill all members of the Guardians, and shortly after, he would cause the Chicago Massacre, all just to get Invincible young hero Mark to join the Viltrum Empire. If things went as Race Knight said, he would soon die in a confrontation with Omni-Man. And quite possibly, it would even involve him, the superpower supplier. No, you cannot oppose Omni-Man. Race Knight's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Mr. Dai's hospital bed. Mr. Dai, what are you afraid of? Do you know something about Omni-Man? Holy crap. While astonished in his heart, Mr. Dai replied outwardly, "No, I don't know. There's no need to hide it, Mr. Dai. Your heartbeat tells me that you do know. But since you don't want to say, I won't pressure you." My request is simply to find a way to stand against Omni-Man, not necessarily to actually fight him. Relax. Mr. Daidi's left eyelid jumped violently. Race Knight's abilities seemed to exceed his expectations. Not only did he have telekinesis, but he also had a super perception that rivaled Omni-Man. As expected of the first superpower produced by the system. Perhaps, once Race Knight grew stronger, he really would have the ability to contend with Omni-Man. Fine then. Mr. Daidi breathed a sigh of relief and sent his consciousness into the superpower selling system to carefully read the relevant regulations. It was at this moment that the system produced a third superpower. After finishing his reading, Mr. Daidi took a deep breath and held up one finger to Race Knight. I've found a way to let you grow stronger faster, but from now on, you can't just come to see me directly like this. Does Cecil know you've come to find me? No, he doesn't. I knocked out all the soldiers monitoring you and me. I also cut the surveillance lines. Good. Anyone can purchase multiple superpowers from me, but in exchange, there will be more and more restrictions. The restriction for the second superpower is that I have the opportunity to command you 3 times a day, provided it does not go against your will. Of course, I'll add a private clause. When I need you, you must protect me. A white contract appeared in Mr. Daidi's hand, and he handed it to Race Knight. Race Knight read it over from top to bottom, and after confirming there were no issues, he signed it. As long as the commands didn't cross his bottom line, he would accept them, provided he could quickly gain the strength to rival Omni-Man. The contract turned into points of light and entered Race Knight's body. Race Knight suddenly covered his eyes, he felt as if they were burning with fire. Relax, don't resist. This is your second superpower, Heat Ray. The power of the Heat Ray is based on your physical attributes and possesses immense destructive force. The side effect is that you will crave milk intensely, so you'll have to restrain yourself if the environment isn't appropriate. After saying this, Mr. Daidi gave a meaningful smile. Of course, the Type 1-inch contract he signed with Race Knight this time only gave him a 10% bonus of the other's physical attributes. In other words, he could now obtain 40% of Race Knight's physical stats. Unfortunately, what Mr. Daidi wanted most was actually his telekinetic ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a repeat customer for the first time. Reward. Superpower, Heat Ray, without side effects, power based on physical attributes. Oh. The corners of Mr. Daidi's mouth curled up slightly. A pleasant surprise. Pant, pant. Race Knight panted as he straightened his back, revealing eyes glowing with red light. He said to Mr. Daidi, "Thank you, Mr. Daidi. This power is very strong." Just then, Race Knight seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head. "Mr. Daidi, I think I should go. See you next time." Crash. Race Knight burst through another pane of glass and flew out, simultaneously withdrawing his telekinetic barrier. The loud noise drew the attention of the nurse on duty outside. As soon as she entered, she stared dumbfounded at the completely destroyed window. Only then did Mr. Daidi react, helplessly covering his face. The surveillance was handled, but how am I supposed to explain this glass? Am I supposed to say I suddenly awakened a superpower? Mr. Daidi, I think you owe us an explanation. The attending physician also rushed over after hearing the noise. Mr. Daidi gave an awkward smile. If I said a superhero was chasing a criminal just now and accidentally smashed my window, would you believe me? Meanwhile, in the secret base of the Global Guard, a massacre was about to begin. Red laser beams shot at the cliffside, easily slicing through the rock to reveal a metal interlayer beneath. Race Knight retracted his heat ray and slowly descended onto the interlayer. He gripped the metal plate with both hands and wrenched it open, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Below was pitch black, appearing to be a passage. Race Knight was certain that the palpitations he felt earlier had originated from below. That sense of dread had compelled him to come here, but by the time he arrived, the feeling had vanished. At the same time, he couldn't sense any signs of life below. What's going on? No, that's not right. A faint scent of blood drifted up from below, causing Race Knight's expression to change drastically. He immediately leapt down from the opening and flew inward. However, the further he flew in, the stronger the smell of blood became, until he saw a floor covered in mangled corpses. My God! Race Knight landed on the ground, staring at his surroundings in horror. War Girl, Martian Man, Aquarius. Different superheroes, different species, all dead right here. They shared a famous title, the Global Guardians. I can't believe it. Suddenly, Race Knight was overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. I failed to protect them. Bang! The base doors burst open, and countless soldiers wearing stealth gear flooded in, accompanied by Director Sissel of the Global Defense Bureau. Click. Everyone turned their weapons, aiming them at Race Knight standing in the center of the base. Cecil asked with a grim expression, Paul, why are you here? I sensed there were people here who needed my protection, but I was a step too late. Director Sissel didn't say much. He waved his hand, and a group of soldiers swarmed forward to arrest Race Knight. Paul. Sorry, Paul. You're the only one at the scene, so you're the suspect for now. I understand, Cecil. Race Knight, Paul, didn't choose to resist, he chose to trust Cecil. Director Sissel. Omni-Man is still alive. Good morning, Mr. Didi. You've recovered quite well, I think you can be discharged now. Is that so? Thank you for your care, Ms. Alice. After leaving a large sum of cash, Didi walked out of the hospital with his luggage. Dr. Alice didn't stop him, nor did she ask any questions about what happened yesterday. Because this was a private hospital. And Didi had money. Didi went outside and hailed a taxi. In less than half an hour, he returned to his home, but he seemed to have forgotten that during his fight with Titan, half of his house had been destroyed, and the front door was basically gone. Well, looks like I can't stay here for now. So, Didi made a phone call and used the power of money to purchase a house 2 blocks away. Then, Didi took a car there. But when he arrived, he was in for a shock. When Didi got there, guess what he found? Holy crap. Mark and Debbie. Didi was completely stunned because he saw Mark and Debbie rushing into a car that happened to belong to the Global Defense Bureau. This meant that yesterday, the Omni-Man massacre had happened. And that was exactly the time Race Knight had come to find him. Now wasn't the time to worry about being neighbors with invincible young hero Mark. Race Knight had left in such a hurry yesterday because he must have sensed something happening at the Guardians' base. So, if he went to the base, he should be. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared behind Didi. He spun around and saw a man with half of his face scarred. Cecil. Didi frowned. You really do know me. Cecil patted Didi on the shoulder. It's hard to find dirt on you, but Race Knight underestimated how much I value you. I know he went to see you, and then he showed up at the Guardians' secret base. Do you know what happened to the Guardians? Didi smiled helplessly. At this point, it was useless to claim he didn't know. Cecil was very smart, he couldn't be fooled. Even if Didi fought, he had no chance of winning. Cecil's teleportation technology could return him to headquarters in an instant. So, what did he want by coming here now? Didi narrowed his eyes and said calmly, What are you trying to say? Cecil also narrowed his eyes. As I thought, you know the Guardians were murdered. If you're planning to arrest me as a scapegoat, I suggest you give up. Didi chuckled and brushed Cecil's hand away. I think you know who the real killer is. If you need me to say it out loud. Cecil's expression immediately became solemn. Clearly, Didi's words had hit the mark. You really do know a lot. You're different. But do you think that's enough to threaten me? Do you think Omni-Man is invincible? Didi glanced at Cecil's chest and said the same thing Race Knight had said to him. Your heart rate has accelerated. Are you really sure you can defeat Omni-Man? By yourself, or with that $400 billion weapon in the sky? Drip. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Cecil's forehead, his expression twisting. He had never told anyone about the $400 billion space-based weapon. So, how did this kid know? Who exactly are you? Hey. Now the tables were turned. Relax, Director Sissel. I won't make you have a falling out with Omni-Man. But likewise, I don't want you pushing Race Knight or me out as scapegoats. I hope we can respect each other. You. Cecil was furious, but Dai was too mysterious. Not only did he know everything, but he also held leverage. Cecil didn't dare oppose Dai right now. Omni-Man was the most powerful creature he had ever seen. He had been researching ways to deal with him, so he could strike back if Omni-Man ever lost control and attacked Earth. But, he was never certain of success. Therefore, even though he suspected Omni-Man might be the one who killed the Guardians, he didn't dare confront him openly. Because he couldn't win. Cecil cursed. Dai, I promise you, we will respect each other. I have more important things to do. Cecil activated his teleporter and left. Dai watched him leave, the corners of his mouth curling up. Things had taken an unexpected turn, but fortunately, his memories of the original story were the best way to handle it. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the end of the road. He shouted as he ran. Dai, I'm going to kill you, you fool. Marcus. Dai was a bit surprised. How did this guy find me? No, wait, this might be an opportunity. Soon, the city center will be invaded by aliens. In that case, Dai grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and flung it at Marcus's face, taunting him, hey. Marcus. Come on, suck my dick. Dai, I'm going to kill you this time. I'll kill you once and for all. You won't get away. Thud. A rock slammed heavily into the street lamp next to Dai, snapping it instantly. Whoa. Dai exclaimed, thinking that a hit like that would definitely hurt. Marcus was truly furious, but this was exactly what Dai wanted. So, Dai flagged down a car and drove it toward the city center at high speed. The street scenery blurred past, but Marcus's shouting remained constant. Dai, don't think you can escape just by driving. I'm going to use your skull as a bowl. Through the rearview mirror, Dai saw Marcus sprinting after him, clutching a sharp knife. At this moment, his running speed was superhuman, matching that of a typical small car. Dai nodded, feeling very satisfied. This was exactly what he needed, though he couldn't let Marcus actually catch him. Vroom. Stomping on the gas, Dai accelerated away, leaving Marcus behind in a cloud of exhaust. Choking on the exhaust, Marcus's rage boiled over completely. He began to chase Dai hysterically, losing all reason and disregarding his own exhaustion. He failed to notice that the surroundings were gradually changing from small houses to skyscrapers, and the two-lane roads were becoming wide asphalt boulevards. Along the way, more and more people took out their phones to film this strange sight. The constant stimulation made Marcus's physical abilities grow even stronger, forming a strange, positive feedback loop that pleasantly surprised Dai. He can get stronger like this. A pity that no matter how strong he gets, he'll just be more durable to a beating. If the feedback from the race knight was all-encompassing, then Marcus's was purely about having high health. So, even though Marcus's current strength wasn't much, Dai could beat him down whenever he wanted. However, actually killing him would take some effort. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in the distance as a beam of light struck an office building. Massive amounts of debris rained down, and people began to flee in a panic. Dai knew it was about time. He swung the car into a stop with a drift and abandoned it, running forward on foot. Swoosh. A laser beam shot from afar. To prevent it from blocking Marcus's path, Dai mobilized his superpowers and used his heat ray to counter the laser. The two energies collided, entangling and eroding each other. In the end, Dai's sustained ray proved superior, completely annihilating the laser. In this way, with Dai constantly escorting him, he led Marcus to the very heart of the city. At this moment, the city center was in shambles, crawling with aliens invading Earth. They had green skin and bug-like antennae. They would shoot to kill any living thing in their sight. Dai stopped. Son of a fool. You finally ran out of energy, you fool. Marcus followed closely behind, but his vision seemed to contain no aliens, only this enemy, who had caused him so much grievance. Goo Goo Gala. Swoosh. An alien spotted Dai and Marcus and decisively opened fire on them. Daidi wasn't about to sit and wait for death. Intense red light gathered in his eyes and, after a brief charge, shot out, piercing through the alien's body and slicing it in half. He didn't stop there. Daidi shifted his gaze, sweeping his heat ray across dozens of nearby aliens. Without exception, these aliens were cut at the waist, falling to the ground and losing their ability to fight. This scene was incredibly shocking. Anyone who saw it, alien or human, felt fear toward Daidi. Those who had originally intended to shoot at him now turned their muzzles to deal with others, terrified of drawing Daidi's attention. As a result, Marcus was the one who got unlucky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several lasers struck Marcus precisely, sending him flying 10 meters away onto the ground. But did you think he died just like that? No, he didn't. Soon, Marcus crawled out from the dust. It was clear that while the lasers hadn't taken his life, they had left wounds of varying depths on his body. Even so, the pain they caused was unbearable. Furthermore, the adrenaline in Marcus's system had long since worn off. Now, though his face still showed defiance, he was actually in so much pain he was about to cry. Gigi Guagua, Momoda. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Seeing that Marcus wasn't dead, the aliens immediately concentrated their fire. Laser after laser fell upon Marcus, knocking him down once more. The intense pain became more than Marcus could bear. He struggled, trying to flee. But how could the aliens let him go? They were here to invade Earth, and killing a powerful enemy would earn them military merit. None of them wanted to give up. Help! Help me! I don't want to die. Help! Marcus was a mess of tears and snot as visions of his life flashed before his eyes. But just as he was about to lose consciousness and be killed, a figure in a blue and yellow suit descended from the sky and rescued him. Marcus! Marcus! Are you okay? The figure shouted while flying, eventually bringing Marcus to the top of a building. Marcus opened his eyes groggily. A double image of a blue and yellow figure appeared in his vision, but he still recognized the newcomer. You are Invincible. Oh, thank God, you're not dead. Invincible set Marcus down. Listen, Marcus, you'll be fine. Someone will come to save you soon. I need to go help more people now. Whoosh. Invincible vanished from the spot, returning to the battlefield to join the fight. As soon as he returned, he spotted an alien acting suspiciously, trying to ambush a human. Upon closer inspection, Invincible was horrified because he recognized the person. It was his classmate, Daidi. In his urgency, Invincible dove in front of the alien and sent it flying with a single punch. The force of the punch was so great it tore away half the alien's face, revealing the white bone beneath. Are you okay? Invincible said to Daidi. I'm fine, Mark. Don't get distracted, focus on what you're doing. Daidi tossed the words back casually and leapt into the ruins to leave the battlefield, leaving a bewildered Mark stunned in place. What? How does he know I'm Mark? I clearly didn't tell anyone. While Mark was distracted, a laser hit him, sending him tumbling back. He crashed into and killed 3 or 4 fleeing pedestrians, which nearly caused him to collapse. He blamed himself for their deaths. Combined with the fact that his father, Omni-Man, was heavily injured and unconscious, Mark momentarily lost his will to fight, kneeling on the ground and doing nothing. The alien whose face had been half shattered crawled up from the ground. Enraged, it immediately commanded its army to focus their fire on Invincible. It even seized an alien tank, intending to finish Mark off personally. Fortunately, a new generation of superheroes has arrived. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by an extremely intense BGM, the new generation of superheroes, the Young Heroes team, makes their grand entrance. Atom Heroine Eve creates an atomic shield, blocking all attacks for Mark. Robot controls his drone to smash a tank. Rexplode throws bombs to save a mother and child. Doppelganger Kate creates clones to take down some aliens willing to engage in melee combat with her. And then, they got wrecked. Note, they, here doesn't refer to the alien army, but the Young Heroes team who came to support. In the face of the alien legion's overwhelming firepower, even the Young Heroes team suffered setbacks. At this moment, Adam, Harrow and Eve noticed Mark and hurriedly sought his help. What are you doing? Hurry up and help. No, I can't do it, I can't protect them, I can't. Mark covered his face, speaking with a sob. The previous events had been too much of a shock for him. Because those people didn't die at the hands of the aliens, but were killed by his own impact. In his heart, there was no difference between that and killing them with his own hands. Adam, Harrow and Eve seemed to see Mark's problem. After a low curse, she comforted him. Listen, Invincible, that wasn't your fault. We aren't Omni-Man, we can't be perfect. But it was this very sentence that deeply stung Mark. Mark had always wanted to be a superhero like his father, Omni-Man, to protect everyone, especially now with Omni-Man in a coma from serious injuries. But he hadn't done it. Look at what he had protected. He arrived too late and was too weak, he didn't even know how many people had already died. Adam, Harrow and Eve felt Mark's mood sinking further and thought, this is bad. The next moment, she was blasted away by an explosion. Due to Daidi's previous interference, the alien offensive this time was far more ferocious than in the original work because they realized the power of the superheroes. The young heroes' team members lost their combat effectiveness one by one. But just as the aliens were about to take their lives, a beam of red laser descended from the sky, landing on the aliens' main battle tank. Boom! The laser shot through the tank's power core, triggering a massive explosion that instantly killed a large number of aliens. Everyone looked up in unison and found a superhero wearing a colorful suit with slicked back hair had appeared out of nowhere. His eyes shot terrifying lasers, killing swaths of aliens with every blast. Not only that, his speed and strength were also extraordinary. He could flip a main battle tank with ease. This power increased once more after he successfully protected the young heroes' team. Soon, the situation turned into a one-sided slaughter by him. Knowing they were no match, and not waiting for the effects of time dilation to take hold, the alien army lost morale and fled back to their original universe one after another. The battered robot crawled up from the ground and said to his companions, "Our luck is truly good, we just happened to encounter Race Knight in Chicago." Race Knight. The talkative Rex Splode widened his eyes. He's Race Knight. That superhero who only appeared recently. How is he so strong? I thought he was just some idiot who suddenly awakened superpowers and thought he was invincible. How did he do it? Shut up, Rex, you'll anger him. Adam, Harrow and Eve warned. What? Anger him? So what? I'm just telling the truth. Most idiots who awaken superpowers think they're invincible and then broadcast it everywhere. What? Is he going to kill me? No, kid. I won't kill you. Race Knight's voice suddenly rang out from behind, giving Rex a major fright. Race Knight didn't get angry at the 18-year-old boy's words. Instead, he bypassed Rex, went to Mark's side, and picked him up. His intuition told him that Mark wasn't an Earthling either. At least half his bloodline wasn't. But one thing was certain, the feeling Mark gave him was very similar to Omni-Man. Cecil asked me to follow you in case something happened. It seems your performance was terrible. Let's go. Carrying Mark, Race Knight left the city center, leaving the young heroes' team members staring at each other in bewilderment. Robot stood behind everyone, lowering his head in thought. I thought Cecil would come in person. Has he already completely recruited Race Knight? Is it because the 5 million per use teleportation machine is too expensive? I never expected Cecil to have a frugal side. Cecil, I've brought Mark back, but he seems to have suffered considerable trauma. Race Knight arrived before Cecil, set Mark down, and had someone take him away to stay with his mother, Debbie. After Mark left, Cecil finally asked, considerable trauma. You mean? Race Knight pointed to his heart. Mental preparation. He wasn't mentally prepared. He's just a kid, he can't process information as quickly as I can. Cecil sighed and said, as expected. He needs to get strong quickly. We need his help. Race Knight nodded to Cecil. Of course. I've seen your experimental reports. There are very few things in this world that can hurt Omni-Man. Even in the battle with the Guardians, he was injured intentionally, otherwise, wiping out the Guardians wouldn't have left so many traces. Yeah. So, there are even fewer things that can kill Omni-Man. Mark will become our weapon. Cecil and Race Knight stood together, looking in the direction where Omni-Man was located. Ever since his meeting with Dai, Race Knight had opened up to him. This lets Cecil know that Race Knight was one of them. Furthermore, with Dai existing between them, Cecil trusted Race Knight even more. Because Race Knight and Dai's abilities were not yet enough to threaten Earth, and as it happened, they all seemed to have the same enemy, Omni-Man. In the night, Marcus, lying on the top floor of the office building, slowly woke up. Seeing the starry sky, he thought he had just had a nightmare and had been abandoned here by someone. He thought he should be awake. He shouldn't be confined to a hospital. The grudge between him and Dai was not only unfinished but had gained another entry. That guy actually tried to shift the trouble onto him, using aliens to kill him. Therefore, he could not forgive Dai. He wanted to wake up now, seek revenge, and cut Dai into 1,000 pieces. Ah! Rip! His wounds tore, and the intense pain made Marcus scream out involuntarily. But immediately, he shut his mouth, completely bewildered. What's going on? How can there be pain in a dream? Could it be that Invincible fellow? I think I need to establish a power of my own as well. In the darkness of the night, Dai, dressed in dust-covered clothes, walked into a tavern with heavy steps. This was a tavern located in a low-income neighborhood, so everyone drinking inside was either a gang member or a hardened tough guy. Smoke and the smell of alcohol permeated the air, constantly flooding Dai's senses and stimulating his nerves. Since I've already laid my cards on the table with Cecil, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Right now, Cecil isn't sure if I have the superpower to make others stronger, but it's only a matter of time. To avoid being controlled by Cecil later on, I must grow powerful quickly. Relying on myself alone definitely won't work. Dai approached the bar and said expressionlessly to the bartender, a Budweiser. Sure thing, lady. The bartender gave Dai a wink and began pouring the drink with a flamboyant flourish. Although Dai felt it was strange, he didn't care much when he considered that this was a seedy bar where it wasn't surprising to encounter gay people. He simply waited by himself. But what he didn't know was that the chaos of this bar far exceeded his imagination. Drugs, guns, romantic trafficking, anything you could think of, anything illegal, it was all here. In other words, this was a criminal's paradise. Friends who frequently visit foreign prisons know that those inside are a bunch of romantically repressed fools. With nowhere to vent, they resort to using fair-skinned male prisoners. Thus, even if they aren't gay, they don't rule out having a go with the same romance. As it happens, they carry this habit with them after their release. Hey, baby, who hurt you so badly? A pair of large hands climbed onto Dai's shoulders. Although Dai was travel-worn, it didn't stop the criminals from noticing that he was quite good-looking, even surpassing many white celebrities. Consequently, many criminals had their eyes on Dai. By then, the bartender had brought the beer. He gave Dai a whistle and tactfully left. Dai took the beer and downed it in one go, immediately drawing cheers from those around him. Especially the guy with his hand on Dai's shoulder, who laughed loudly. However, at that moment, Dai turned his head and stared at the guy with eyes that were cold to the extreme, saying in a chilling voice. Your voice is really unpleasant to listen to. What? I said, your voice is really unpleasant. But it really matches that beard of yours that reeks of impotence. And what's the tattooed on you? Peppa Pig. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't say so much to a fool queer. You really think picking up a prostitute every now and then makes people think you're not gay, but in fact, everyone thinks you're gay, a gay man whose children will be born with rotten asses. The surrounding air fell silent instantly. Whether it was the criminals or the bartender, they were all stunned by Dai's sharp words. They couldn't believe this punk dared to offend them like that. Kid. The hand on Dai's shoulder tightened slightly. Do you know what you just said? Oh. Dai said as if suddenly realizing. Sorry, I don't know. Smash. The glass was slammed onto the guy's head by Dai, shattering instantly. Countless shards were pressed into the man's forehead, leaving it a bloody mess. Dai shoved him aside with one hand, grabbed a stool, and hurled it at someone to the side. Crash! The chair fell apart, leaving the man bleeding from the head. Before he could react, Dai charged straight into him, knocking him to the ground, and began pummeling his face with fists. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Only then did the surrounding criminals react, rushing forward to help. They tried to pull Dai away, but they found his strength was too great, they couldn't hold him back at all. Seeing that Dai was about to beat the man to death, the bartender shouted, "Move aside." The criminals promptly cleared a path. The bartender held a shotgun against the back of Dai's head. Without hesitation or a word, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Dai's body jolted, and he fell to the ground. Phew tilde. The bartender put away the shotgun and asked the people around him, "Is he dead?" "How should I know? What do we do now? I just got out. I don't want to go back in." "No, you won't. Don't worry, you won't be going back in." "Really? That's good. Do you have a way to deal with this guy's body?" "Thanks, man." The guy closed his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't a gang member, so he would surely be picked by the police to be the scapegoat for killing this guy. "Let's have another drink, brothers." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one answered him. He opened his eyes and saw that everyone had retreated into the distance, staring behind him in terror. What's wrong? Is there a superhero behind me? Omni-Man or Darkwing? He turned his head to look, and as a result, he saw someone even more terrifying than Omni-Man or Darkwing. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Dai was seen looking at him with a smile. The next moment, a pair of hands crushed his head. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, drenching Dai and making him look like a demon. Listen, we all know that some people in this world have superpowers. For example, Omni-Man's omnipotence, Red Rush's super speed, just like this. ZZZZT. A laser beam shot out, piercing right through the bartender's crotch, leaving him rolling on the ground in agony. "So, I hope you won't make a fuss. Alright, let's get down to business." Dai picked up a chair, patted off the dust, and sat down. At the same time, he snapped his fingers to the side. A Budweiser. Sorry, I think we don't have a bartender anymore, someone spoke up to remind him. Oh. Dai glanced at the guy rolling on the ground, feeling a bit awkward. Ahem, never mind. Let's just get straight to it. How many of you are gang members? Raise your hands if you are. Swish, swish, swish. A sea of hands went up in the crowd, only a few scattered individuals didn't raise theirs. Good. In that case, those of you in gangs, go back and inform your bosses. From now on, you're my people. I know you'll keep your promises, right? Dai's gaze swept over them, scaring everyone into nodding frantically, not daring to say a single, no. Okay, that's it. This is our base. I'll be back at this time tomorrow. Having said that, Dai pushed the door open and left. He needed to take a good bath, then go process his school withdrawal. He also needed to move to a new house to avoid facing Omni-Man and Mark every day. But then again, although bullets couldn't pierce his skin, the impact was still enough to give him a headache. People often asked Dai whether he would choose 100 million or a spot at a prestigious university. When Dai was a child, he would have chosen the prestigious university without hesitation, but now, he would choose the 100 million without a second thought. As for the reason, the reason was already right in front of him. Good morning, Mr. Dai. Here are your withdrawal procedures and breakfast. I have also brought the deed to the suburban farm you asked me to purchase. Additionally, the weapons and experimental equipment you ordered have been delivered to the farm. A mysterious man in a black suit and sunglasses approached Dai, placing several items on the table for him to inspect. Dai flipped through them briefly and, after confirming everything was correct, said, well done, Mr. A. You may go, the money has been transferred to your account. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man was immediately delighted and gave Dai a bow. You are truly a generous gentleman. I shall not disturb your meal then. Please call me anytime if there is anything else. Mr. A left and drove away in a car. This Mr. A was a manager for a global underground organization that primarily worked as bounty hunters. As long as the payment was sufficient, there was nothing they couldn't do. Thus, Didi had contacted him to handle everything, the most important of which was purchasing the farm and experimental equipment. It really is excellent value for the money. The farm was located in a deserted ruin on the outskirts of Chicago. It was originally a small residential area that had been gradually abandoned due to rumors of hauntings. After being cleared out, it was arranged into a farm setting, though even so, no one would go there because ghosts actually exist in this world. The reason Didi wanted such a desolate place was entirely to build an experimental base and recruit talent to develop weapons. One must realize that this was not only a world of superpowers but also a world of high technology. In this world, there was never a shortage of geniuses. As long as Didi wished, he could create technological weapons that far surpassed current levels. Without further delay, Didi put on his custom-made bulletproof suit and, escorted by several bodyguards, arrived at the farm on the outskirts of Chicago. The farm covered a large area and had beautiful scenery. Without the destruction of humans, vitality was everywhere. Cows could be seen grazing on the grass, while chickens and ducks grunted and quacked in their pens. The weapons and experimental equipment Didi had ordered were placed next to the barn. Looking at everything that belonged to him, Didi was in a great mood. This place was absolutely perfect for him. But I think I still need a construction crew to renovate my barn, and then get some manpower to arm my farm. Oh, right, I still have to meet with those gangsters today. They should welcome me quite warmly. Once that's handled, I can ask Mr. A if there's a place like a talent market where I can recruit some scientific geniuses, or perhaps, scientific madmen. By nightfall, as the third largest city in America completely descended into the madness of the night, several cars drove into an old neighborhood under the glow of neon lights. They stopped in the shadows, quietly lying in wait in the surroundings. Only one person stepped out, walking toward a tavern in the center of the neighborhood flanked by 5 or 6 bodyguards. Pushing the door open, a fellow covered in bandages immediately stepped forward to greet him, showing fawning hospitality. Boss, you've arrived. The man addressed as boss nodded, his hawk-like eyes scanning the surroundings as he asked, has that kid not arrived yet? Yes, boss, but I expect it'll be soon. He said he would come around 10 o'clock. All right, give me a glass of red wine. Right away, boss. The fellow scurried off to pour him a glass of red wine. But boss, I still have to remind you, that guy has superpowers, he's not someone to mess with. I know. The man called boss took a sip of the wine and pointed at a bodyguard behind him. That's why I borrowed him from Machine Head. The bodyguard took off his hat, revealing his true face to the astonished gaze of everyone present. It's actually him. It seems the bosses are truly angry this time. Quiet. The man called boss roared, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. Titan, the #1 enforcer under Machine Head, powerful and lethal. That kid will understand that even with superpowers, this world is not a place where he can run amok. Bang. Suddenly, the tavern door was kicked open, and everyone stared straight at the entrance. Accompanied by explosive music, a person walked in performing Michael Jackson's classic dance moves, leaving everyone dumbfounded. While everyone was staring in shock, Didi's body began to quiver, and with every shake, a laser beam shot out, accurately hitting a bodyguard in black. Seeing a laser beam shooting toward him, the black boss turned pale with fright and hurriedly called out. Titan. Boom. The laser was blocked by a fellow whose entire body was encased in rock, and Didi's dance music came to an abrupt halt. Didi gave Titan a look that suggested things were exactly as he expected. The city he was in was Chicago, and the largest underground power in Chicago was Machine Head. As it happened, Titan worked under him. Since Didi had taken the initiative to provoke them, Machine Head, as the underground emperor, would naturally send Titan to suppress him. Titan, kill him. The black boss's face was flushed red, clearly terrified by Didi. Titan blocked the strike. He also recognized Dai Di, and although it was strange that Dai Di possessed the ability of laser eyes, the reason he had come this time was for war. Swish. Titan vanished and was in front of Dai Di in the blink of an eye, his stone-encased right hand hammering down from above. Sorry, Dai Di, this time I won't hold back, and I won't be careless. Boom. Two powerful forces clashed in an instant, creating a shockwave that overturned tables and chairs. The gang members were also blown about, unable to see the speed of the exchange between Dai Di and Titan. Your fighting skills have improved quickly. Titan threw two consecutive punches, but both were dodged by Dai Di. Thus, Titan offered a heartfelt compliment, but he soon revealed a sinister smile. But, it's still not enough. What? Before Dai Di could react, he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, and his entire body stiffened from the pain. A knee strike. I was clearly on guard. When did he? Listen well, Dai Di, this is my true strength. As Titan spoke, he landed a heavy punch on Dai Di's face, producing a loud crack that twisted Dai Di's neck 45 degrees. The force of this punch was enough to shatter rock. There it is. Titan's strongest strike. That monster should be finished now, right? HMPH. Titan was somewhat smug, but in the next moment, the smile vanished from his face. What? How is this possible? He found that his right fist was being blocked by a force and was being pushed away bit by bit. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't move forward an inch. He looked closer, and his hair stood on end from the shock. He saw that his fist was caught by a hand and hadn't actually hit Dai Di's face, it had been caught. Even more terrifying was that this hand felt as if it were made of steel, and its strength far exceeded his expectations. Compared to my fighting skills, perhaps my physical attributes are what I should be most proud of. Dai Di pried Titan's right fist away and looked at him with crimson eyes. In the next moment, a laser beam slammed into Titan's face, blasting him and his entire body backward, smashing through a section of tables and chairs. Titan stood up, gasping for breath. The armor on the right half of his face had already shattered on the ground. Titan, you lost. Titan forced himself to stand up from the ground. No, I haven't yet. Dai Di frowned and gathered his lasers again, violently blasting Titan. Soon, the heat ray melted Titan's armor and began to sear his flesh. Ah! Seeing that Titan was sufficiently injured, Dai Di stopped and shouted at Titan as well as the group of gang members. Stop struggling, you've already lost. Losers must face a loser's punishment. Dai Di flashed in front of the black boss and blew his head apart with a single punch, then his eyes glowed red as he began a massacre of all the gang members present. No, no. Titan gritted his teeth and crawled to Dai Di's feet, viciously grabbing Dai Di's ankle. I can't fall. I've already lost once, I can't lose again. I'm going to kill you, I must kill you. Otherwise what? Otherwise what? Dai Di hoisted Titan up. Otherwise, your family will be killed by Machine Head, is that it? Rat-tat-tat-tat. The sound of intense gunfire came from outside. No, that's not it. I just owe Machine Head a little debt, I can pay it off soon, believe me, as long as I take care of you. Titan's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly began punching Dai Di like a madman. But his blows brought no pain to Dai Di. On the contrary, because his rock armor was destroyed, Titan's body had returned to the level of an ordinary person, while Dai Di's body was like a steel plate. Titan hitting him like this would only result in his own flesh becoming a bloody mess. Dai Di frowned again, feeling angry at Titan's behavior. He grabbed Titan by the collar and scolded, face reality, Titan. Even if you pay off the debt, Machine Head will still use your family as a threat to trap you. You can't get away. No, he wouldn't, Machine Head promised me, as long as I pay off the debt, as long as I pay off the debt. You liar. Snap. Titan's right hand struck Dai Di's chest, breaking a bone. Seeing him like this, Dai Di became thoroughly angry. He threw Titan onto the ground, raised his foot, and stepped on his forehead, grinding down repeatedly, attempting to use pain to bring Titan back to his senses. Listen, Titan. You know what kind of piece of shit Machine Head is. He controls all the contraband in the city, he disregards the lives of ordinary people. Tell me, how many dirty deeds have you done for him? Tell me, how many innocent lives has he stained his hands with? And then tell me, among those lives, were there elderly people, were there children? Do you really think Machine Head will let you go? He is a heinous scoundrel. In his eyes, your wife and your children are nothing more than things that can be killed at will, including you. He has money, lots and lots of money. He can hire supercriminals from all over the world. Do you really think you can escape him? Or rather, do you really think you can resist him? Tell me, Titan. Titan lay in a pool of blood, the massive blood loss leaving him on the verge of death. He thought of all the things from the past, and driven by endless grief, he uttered those two words he had known all along. Can't. So, you need help. Dai let go of Titan. You need the help of someone strong. Titan, I will bring your family to my farm in the suburbs. Machine Head won't dare to go there. Having said that, Dai walked out of the tavern without looking back. The gunfire stopped. Seeing Dai come out, several blood-stained bodyguards immediately came up to greet him. They were people Dai had purchased from Mr. A, implanted with control chips, and were absolutely loyal. Dai had them stay outside to search for gang members ambushed nearby, to find them, kill them, and leave only one to report back to Machine Head. Go pick up Titan's family, we're going back. Dai got into the car and drove away amidst the chaos. Shortly after, police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. The tragic sight caused them to immediately call Director Cecil. Surprisingly, Director Cecil actually took the initiative to cover the matter up. It was another sunny day. Mark Grayson was saying goodbye to his family as usual, planning to ride his bike to school, when suddenly, he saw someone he had forgotten across from his house. Oh, my God. Is that Marcus? Dead memories suddenly began to attack Mark, making Mark remember that he seemed to have forgotten Marcus, leaving him alone on the rooftop. Thank God, Marcus is okay, he's still alive. Mark glanced at Marcus and found that his face looked a bit unpleasant. My God, I think I must go and apologize. Mark walked towards Marcus nervously. Marcus was standing on the side of the street, looking left and right as if searching for something. Soon he spotted Mark, but fortunately, Marcus did not know that Mark was invincible, so he didn't take him seriously. Hey, Marcus. Mark smiled as he walked towards Marcus. Are you okay? Marcus rolled his eyes at Mark unpleasantly. Of course, freak. What, is your ass itching? Let me tell you, if you're here to stop me from killing Dai, then I'll let you know you've messed with the wrong person. Ah. Mark was a bit embarrassed, but after learning that Marcus was here to cause trouble for Dai, he knew he had to do something, rather than just apologizing to Marcus. Listen Marcus, I think you should stop while you're ahead. The conflict between you two is not unresolvable. What? Marcus instantly flew into a rage, lunging forward to grab Mark's collar. What do you know? Only one of me and that guy Dai can survive. If you want to stop me, then you die too. Marcus was almost insane. He knew he was very powerful now, so much so that even bullets couldn't pierce his skin, so he didn't mind killing at all. As long as he wanted to, the police couldn't deal with him at all. Wait, calm down Marcus. You'll ruin yourself. HMPH. Fine, then before I ruin myself, I'll kill you first. Marcus raised his fist and smashed it down. But the scene he imagined of himself blowing Mark's head off didn't happen. Instead, everything went black before his eyes, and he was slapped unconscious by Mark. Looking at the guy slumped like mush in his hands, Mark felt a massive headache. Is he crazy? However, he seems to have awakened some kind of superpower. His recovery ability is too strong. I should hand him over to Cecil. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Dai's farm, a black bulletproof sedan pulled up. A mysterious person wearing a black suit, whose face could not be seen clearly, stepped out. The mysterious person got out of the car and said to the guard, "Remember me, buddy. I'm Mr. A, your boss asked for me regarding some matters." Sorry Mr. A, without the password, we cannot let anyone in. Password. Mr. A was a bit confused, he didn't remember Dai telling him about any password. Hold on a second, let me make a call. The call connected, and soon he was chatting with Dai. 5 minutes later, the call ended. Mr. A laughed helplessly, so it was just a password Mr. Dai added on a whim. I was wondering why I didn't know about it. The three holy sites for dating are the cinema, the aquarium, and the Ferris wheel. So, you're telling me that this guy named Dai wiped out 17 of our best gunmen and 4 supervisors overnight, including my favorite, Titan, and this Dai is just a fool high schooler. And he only just got his superpowers not long ago. Inside the building, Machine Head was furiously interrogating Isotope. He had given Isotope a lot of authority for this mission, but what was the result? The result was that gangster gunman trembling and kneeling in front of him, face full of terror. Boss, I think I need to clarify one point. We didn't know his superpowers would be that strong. Shut up. Bang. Machine Head smashed his fist through the table, and the broken splinters pierced his hand. Isotope glanced at Machine Head's hand and reminded him, Boss, your hand is bleeding. And that was an Italian maple table. So what? I'm asking you, so what? Do you think this damage is greater than what we lost last night? Let me tell you, what we lost last night wasn't just some fool henchmen, but the loyalty of the gang leaders under us. If we don't handle this properly, they'll think I've gone soft. Click. Machine Head pulled out his pistol and decisively shot the surviving gunman dead. Isotope, I'm giving you full authority. Hire some hitmen who are actually useful, find that kid, and kill him. Of course. But what about Titan? He's still alive, he's in the hospital right now. Do you want me to kill him? HMPH. Machine Head extended a finger and poked it hard into Isotope's chest. Do I need to tell you another fact? Even if he failed twice, he's still much more useful than a guy like you wearing a sissy suit. That's enough, I need to rest for a while. Machine Head wiped the blood from his hand and left. Watching Machine Head's departing back, Isotope said nothing, only slightly furrowed its brow. Mr. A, just like I said on the phone, I need help renovating the farm, as well as some guys who are a little too smart for their own good. Dai chatted with Mr. A while walking around the farm. After spending a few days together, Dai had confirmed that Mr. A was a lunatic who valued money over his life. As long as he was paid, he could indeed get anything, and as it happened, money was the one thing Dai didn't lack. Of course, Dai didn't know why he was so rich. No, to be precise, he didn't know why his parents in this world were so rich, but it didn't matter. Renovating the farm is a piece of cake, leave it to me. However, Mr. Dai, are you sure you want to hire some guys who are too smart for their own good? If you'll pardon my candor, most of those guys are lunatics who should be locked up in a mental asylum. Oh, really? Dai became interested and asked Mr. A, how crazy? Mr. A took a few steps back, looking incredulous. No, you don't actually want to. That's right. How much money? My God. Fine. You're crazy too, Mr. Dai. Even international criminal syndicates wouldn't dare hire those uncontrollable guys. Mr. A said as he pulled out his phone. Let's take a look together. Dai nodded, leaned in, and under Mr. A's guidance, began to pick through those lunatics. These lunatics were all heinous criminals. Some had blown up a city because of an accident, some had gone to war with America due to insanity, others, out of pure curiosity, had reversed human organs, using their rear ends to eat and their mouths to. Never mind, that's too disgusting. In short, none of these people were good news. Wait. Dai saw something blue. Is this the Mahler twins? Aren't they in the Global Defense Bureau prison? Yes, Mr. Dai, but that prison, you know, it's not the safest place in the world, at least for us it has too many bugs. Dai's mouth twitched, it seemed that was indeed the case. Ahem, alright, I want this one, Dr. Crocodile. Click. The phone turned off, and Mr. A put on a smile and extended his hand to Dai. Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Dai. Pleasure doing business with you. Dai reached out and shook his hand. I'll have him delivered tonight, but I still have to ask, are you really sure this is okay? Of course, I have a way to control him. The time quickly arrived at night, and just as Dai expected, a transport truck surrounded by numerous military motorcycles arrived at the farm, with Mr. A leading the way. Dr. Crocodile was too dangerous, so Mr. A decided to escort him personally. The farm gate opened, and Mr. A directed his subordinates to drive the armored truck into the farm. Then he went to the back and had someone drag down a large iron cage. Dai stood not far away, turned on a searchlight, and shone it straight into the iron cage, revealing a monster wearing a lab coat. It had the appearance of a crocodile but could walk upright. Its eyes were terrifying yet possessed a human-like intelligence. It stared straight at Dai, as if saying, "Asshole." Dai's mouth twitched, thinking that this Renekton didn't seem very lively. Was it just not adjusting to the new place? Listen, Dr. Crocodile, this is your new employer. If you eat his head like you did the last employer, then you can spend the rest of your life in a sewer. Mr. A scolded Dr. Crocodile, but immediately turned to greet Dai with a smile. Mr. Dai, the goods have arrived. Good luck. After saying that, Mr. A immediately left with his men. He couldn't stay here too long, otherwise Director Sissel would come to cause him trouble. After Mr. A and his men had completely left, Dai walked up to the iron cage holding Dr. Crocodile and opened it directly. The Dr. Crocodile inside opened his mouth, clearly stunned for a moment. Wait, what are you doing? Nothing, just wanted to let you out. Come on. What? Shouldn't you be saying something tough, or starving me for a couple of days to show me who's boss? Dr. Crocodile retorted in surprise. No. Dai smiled and patted the cage twice. Come on, get out. You shouldn't be locked inside, you're a genius. Humans are truly incomprehensible creatures. Dr. Crocodile shook his head, stood up, and walked out. He went over to Dai's side and looked down at him, saying, "So, you're my employer, huh?" That's right. What, is there a problem? Dai looked up at Dr. Crocodile. Dr. Crocodile was over 2 meters tall and exceptionally strong. Dai looked like a child in front of him. Dr. Crocodile thought for a moment and said, "Nothing, I just care that you're a human." Dai frowned. You look down on humans. Aren't you a human yourself? Dr. Crocodile shook his head. To be precise, I used to be, but because human bodies are too fragile, I introduced cosmic rays and turned myself into a new species. Look, I can crush a stone with my bare hand. So, I will not follow a human. Dr. Crocodile suddenly opened his bloody maw and snapped at Dai's head. The surrounding bodyguards drew their guns, but Dr. Crocodile's speed was simply too fast, they couldn't react at all. This is the gap between humans and me. Dr. Crocodile scanned those bodyguards, his heart filled with disdain. In his view, humans were no different from chickens or cows, they were all just food. He was about to eat a delicious human brain. Bang! With a dull thud, Dr. Crocodile's eyes rolled back, and he was sent flying straight into the air. The intense pain caused Dr. Crocodile's adrenaline to skyrocket. He immediately adjusted his state and looked down with fury, only to see Dai watching him calmly, his Sanpaka eyes gradually turning red. Wait, what's going on? The next moment, 2 streams of scorching laser beams covered his vision. Opening his eyes, a patch of rotting ceiling came into view. Dr. Crocodile rubbed his head and slowly sat up, it was still throbbing with pain. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Oh, I must be having another nightmare. How could my newly enhanced body be defeated so easily? That's right, how could Renekton be defeated so easily? Who is Renekton? Dr. Crocodile looked up, and he would have been better off not doing so, for he nearly scared himself to death the moment he did. Because the guy from his dream had actually appeared. Why you? Dr. Crocodile extended a claw, pointing at Dai in shock. His body instinctively scooted backward, his sharp scales shredding the bed to pieces. How did you appear in reality? Dai shrugged and said, "No, I've always been real." What? Did you forget what happened last night? What happened last night? Dr. Crocodile scratched his head. He remembered that he had intended to do what he always did, eat the human who dared to try and tame him. Instead, he got beaten up. Beaten very, very badly. Not only that, but that guy also had laser eyes. What? Do you want me to help you recall? Didi's eyes turned crimson. Hissed Tilda. Dr. Crocodile quickly waved his hands. Stop, stop, stop. I believe you, I believe you. Fine, you win, I can't beat you. Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Seeing Dr. Crocodile back down, Didi smiled knowingly and said, let's go outside to talk, this place needs renovations. As he finished speaking, the sounds of a construction crew working came from outside. Thus, Dr. Crocodile followed Didi outside and stood on the farm's lawn. Dr. Crocodile kept staring at Didi, but this time there was no disdain or killing intent in his eyes. On the contrary, he was very curious about Didi, wondering why a human superhero was so strong. In his memory, humans had always been very weak creatures. Even the superpowers obtained through modification were pitifully weak, and those seemingly powerful superheroes actually had nothing to do with humanity itself. For example, a mortal hero, whose power came from anomalous rays. And Omni-Man himself was not human. Therefore, humans were very weak on their own, but Dr. Crocodile smelled that Didi didn't have any strange sense on him, he was a pure human. His sense of smell was even sharper than a dog's. Sniff, sniff. Hey, what are you doing? Didi noticed Dr. Crocodile was pressed right behind his butt, his nose twitching. Oh, sorry. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Dr. Crocodile apologized immediately and stood back up. All right, Dr. Crocodile. You are very smart, especially when it comes to technology research and development, so I need you. That's right, I am very smart, Dr. Crocodile replied proudly. I can tell you with great pride that if that old fool Cecil fully trusted me, I could turn all of humanity into superior beings and begin colonizing space. Yeah, right, Cecil wouldn't let humanity turn into crocodiles or dog heads or whatever. Didi rolled his eyes and said, stop, doctor. I don't need you to build things that can receive cosmic rays. What I want you to make are just weapons, understand? Weapons. Oh, weapons. Dr. Crocodile scratched his head and asked in confusion, what do you want weapons for? You are already powerful enough, and I can smell that you are still constantly getting stronger. Once you get a little stronger, ordinary weapons might be useless against them. And weapons that are too strong simply cannot be manufactured with any materials found on Earth. Let me finish, okay. Didi was speechless. He had initially thought Dr. Crocodile had a cold personality, but he didn't expect him to be so lively. For every sentence Didi said, Dr. Crocodile could say 3. Fine, boss, I'll listen to you, but you have to tell me why, as a pure human, you are so strong. I've never seen anyone like you, whether they are Earthlings or aliens. By the way, did you know that superpower is just a general concept? In people's eyes, as long as something beyond their cognition appears, it is considered a superpower. Perhaps the other party is just an alien, and their ability is the most common thing on their home planet. I said. A large vein-popping symbol appeared on Didi's forehead, and at the same time, scorching heat rays gathered in his pupils. Okay, I'll shut up. Phew tilde, Didi let out a sigh of relief. Only speak when I tell you to. Alright, boss. Dr. Crocodile, I'm having you research weapons not to deal with superheroes like Omni-Man, but to fill the gap in low-level combat power. I need to build a force, not fight alone. Oh. Dr. Crocodile's eyes widened. Like, order. Something like that, but we won't commit crimes or oppose the Global Defense Bureau. It's just for my convenience, with the premise that they don't provoke us. Is that so? I'll join you, but I need payment. Can I study you? Didi narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Dr. Crocodile nodded, then gave himself a smack. Fine, my bad. HMPH. Didi smiled. You cannot study me, but I can allow you to obtain a superpower, all natural, additive-free, pure organic superpower. Really? Dr. Crocodile became interested. Let me see what you have. Didi nodded and handed 2 contracts to Dr. Crocodile. These were the 2 superpowers he currently had. One was cloning, and the other was super prophecy, yes, the one Dai obtained in Chapter 2. Dr. Crocodile thought for a moment and said, "Can I have both?" What? Dai doubted he had heard correctly. "I want both. I feel they are both very useful." "Is that so?" "Of course you can, but you need to sign a few extra contracts." Just like that, Dr. Crocodile purchased 2 superpowers in one go. There was no need to say much about super prophecy, it looked useless, but cloning was different. First, it allowed Dr. Crocodile to create up to 10 clones simultaneously. These clones were solid entities and could think independently, but there could only be one main body. Second, when these clones were attacked, they would disappear. Dr. Crocodile could also dispel them himself, but they would transfer all their memories back to Dr. Crocodile. In summary, this was Shadow Clone Jutsu Pro Max. It only consumed Dr. Crocodile's vitality. To reiterate, this vitality refers to that vitality. Fortunately, Dr. Crocodile believed that romantical urges would only affect his thinking speed, so he cut that thing off. Alright, Dr. Crocodile, once the laboratory is installed, the first thing I want you to build is a device targeting micro black hole teleportation capabilities. Can you do it? Of course, that's not difficult. 7 days later, a grand press conference was held in downtown Chicago. Its main content was to commemorate the deceased members of the Global Guard. With a massive machine buried in the ground, Dai no longer had to worry about his farm being invaded by Isotope. This massive machine could block Isotope's perception of space, meaning he could not open portals within a 50 square kilometer area around the machine. You did a great job, Dr. Crocodile. Thanks, boss. So, can I do my own thing now? I want to further enhance my body. Dr. Crocodile looked around, confirmed no one was there, and leaned into Daidi's ear. Let me tell you, although you are very mysterious, I am certain that one day I will surpass you, because this body of mine can absorb a type of energy from the universe. How about it? Why don't you join me? Daidi's eye twitched, and he declined, no thanks. You can't do your own thing just yet. Are you in a hurry? To be honest, a little. Daidi opened his phone and showed the information he had gathered to Dr. Crocodile. Machine Head has already gathered some people to deal with me, so I need you to urgently forge some weapons for me. Machine Head. Dr. Crocodile nodded. Is that the guy who thinks he's so smart coming to deal with you? Fine, I'll help you. My 10 brothers and I can quickly build a batch of weapons for you. Which kind do you want? Daidi narrowed his eyes. Big, strong, and unparalleled. Dr. Crocodile also narrowed his eyes. Atomic bomb or hydrogen bomb? No, I want space-based kinetic weapons, and a device to counter shockwaves. Is that so? Dr. Crocodile pinched his chin. Well, he didn't have a chin at all, and thought for a moment. The former can be done, but for the latter, I think I need to borrow some of Dr. Earthquake's research theories. As it happens, he told me about them. Thus, Dr. Crocodile and his 10 clones began their research in full swing. The reason Daidi wanted space-based kinetic weapons with power comparable to nuclear bombs was that he knew Machine Head was very likely to call in Berserk Beast. And as it happened, Berserk Beast was among the top 3 combatants in the entire universe. Who knows why a max-level boss would mistakenly wander into a newbie village? Therefore, even though Daidi knew that Berserk Beast disdained killing the weak, he still had to have a backup plan in case of any accidents. Of course, his preparations were not limited to this, he still had many things to do. Defeating Machine Head and taking over his underground influence in Chicago all depends on this. Vroom. The bodyguard drove over from the distance and stopped beside Daidi. Daidi got into the car and said to the bodyguard, "Go to GDA headquarters." After some twists and turns, with the help of his financial resources, Daidi finally arrived at the GDA headquarters, the Pentagon. It was also here that a tense and exciting superhero selection was taking place. Daidi put on his sunglasses, opened the car door, and walked toward the Pentagon without any restraint, followed by 2 bodyguards in black suits concealing handguns. The guards at the Pentagon stopped them. Didi adjusted his sunglasses and said, "Go tell Cecil that I'm here." A dozen seconds later, a sweating Cecil appeared before Didi, with Race Knight following behind him. "Hi, Paul." Didi greeted Race Knight. It seemed Cecil had already treated him as his go-to hero. "Didi, what are you doing here? You should be figuring out how to deal with the gang," Cecil asked with a frown. "Yes, but that gang is very troublesome. He has hired many people with superpowers, so, you know." Didi waved at Race Knight. "Come on, Paul, I need your help for the next few days. You can take a few days off from protecting the world because we have Invincible." Race Knight floated to Didi's side without a word. "What? Wait, Didi, he is not your private bodyguard, he is a hero who protects people. You can't do this," Cecil said with dissatisfaction. "I know, but he promised me that when I need him, he must protect me." Cecil looked at Race Knight. Race Knight sighed and nodded. "Cecil, I promised him. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. Besides, the new global guard is being formed, and you still have the help of Invincible and Omni-Man, so I have nothing to worry about." Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Cecil had no choice but to relent. "Fine, that's it then. So, Didi, you didn't just come to find me for Paul, did you? I will not sell you any arms. Rest assured." Didi smiled. "I know that for the sake of the stability of the underground world, you won't intervene, so I didn't come here to find you either. By the way, Paul just mentioned that the new global guard is being formed, right?" Didi looked behind Cecil with a sly smile. Cecil tensed up and snapped, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it." "Why so serious?" Didi took off his sunglasses. "Cecil, I am a human, a good student, and a taxpayer. I also have the right to seek protection from superheroes. However, unlike others, I am willing to pay them subsidies out of my own pocket. So, can't I go in and find those superheroes? Don't tell me you pay them enough salary to solve all their problems." Cecil gritted his teeth, wanting to refute, but found he couldn't refute it at all. Being a superhero is a job, but this job cannot provide thorough help to those heroes who have financial problems, nor can it make them fully obey the GDA. As long as Didi seeks help in the name of protecting civilians, and adds personal financial subsidies, a large group of legitimate heroes will come to respond. And this is what Cecil did not want to see. He would prefer for Didi and the underground world to fight until both sides were badly hurt. "All right, Cecil, let me in. You wouldn't want me to post the news online and attract too many superheroes, would you?" "You win." Cecil ordered his subordinates behind him, "Let him in." "But, Didi, you can only go in alone." Adam, Harrow and Eve frowned. The scene before her made her already bad mood even worse. She was participating in the Global Guard tryouts, and logically speaking, those participating in the tryouts were the world's top and righteous superheroes, worthy of her respect and serious treatment. However, the opponent she was matched with in this round, well, was truly hard to look at. That was a guy with super greasy, massive muscles who also liked to flex his pectoral muscles, and what Adam, Harrow and Eve despised most was that he actually winked at her. Jesus. No one had dared to do that to her for many years, how dare this guy? Adam, Harrow and Eve felt deep disgust, so she decided to combine this disgust with the grievances she had previously suffered and vent them fiercely on him. Bang! Eve wrapped energy around her hand and threw a punch, blasting him away instantly. This punch didn't hold back at all, knocking him out cold. Afterward, feeling somewhat vented but not satisfied, Eve left without looking back, returning to the waiting area and ignoring the gasps of others around her at her abnormal behavior. The matter of Rex having a threesome with doppelganger Kate still made her sad. So, she needed to find something to punch. Just then, a voice attracted everyone's attention. "Everyone, look at me." Eve looked over as well and discovered it was a handsome young man in a black suit wearing sunglasses. She felt a bit surprised and thought, "Who is he? How did he get in? Could he be a late superhero?" Unable to find an answer for the moment, Eve continued to listen. "I'd like to announce something. I'm a, cough, 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 my mistake. I am an ordinary 5-star citizen, but I've encountered a bit of trouble. The crime boss in the Chicago underground has hired several superpowered criminals who want my life, so, can someone help me? Daidi's words immediately sparked a discussion among the superheroes. Robot. Who is he? Why would Cecil let him in to cause trouble? Mark Grayson. He looks a bit familiar, why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere? Doppelganger Kate. He is so handsome. Rex. Hey. What? Is he very handsome? Handsomer than me. Ahem, hello sir. At this moment, Robot raised his voice, interrupting their discussion. If you are being hunted by the mob, I suggest you go to the police. The police will provide corresponding help and will also call the corresponding superhero to protect you. Yes, I know, but as I just said, they hired superpowered criminals, right? Ordinary superheroes cannot handle them. Daidi shrugged and continued. So, I need you all. None of you here are weak. Furthermore, I am willing to provide a personal subsidy. As long as you are willing to help me, I will pay 50 million. These words were like a bomb dropped into water, immediately creating 1,000 ripples. 50 million is not a small amount. Many superheroes never earn that much even if they work until they die, and this sum can not only ensure one's lives without worry but also allow their family to reach the top in one leap. What are you waiting for? I'm not hiring you, I'm just seeking help. That is just my personal subsidy, and Cecil is the one who let me in. Wait, do you know we are conducting the Global Guard tryouts? Robot wanted to stop Daidi, but someone nearby had already raised their hand. That was a superpowered individual who could turn into a gorilla. I am willing to help you, I cannot watch civilians die at the hands of the mob. After the first person raised their hand, the situation became uncontrollable, and 3 more superheroes raised their hands, one of whom even said sorry to Robot after raising their hand. Sorry, Robot, I need this money. Just like that, Daidi successfully recruited 4 superheroes, but to Daidi's surprise, none of these superheroes were members of the new Global Guard, which meant that even in the original work, they were cannon fodder. Since that was the case, Daidi was relieved. Alright, then come with me. Daidi said, preparing to leave. Wait, I'll join too. Daidi turned around, staring at Adam, Harrow and Eve with some surprise. Are you sure? What? Eve. Mark Grayson was a bit shocked. Are they all bad people? Eve ignored Mark Grayson and asked Daidi. Of course. Daidi gave a clear answer. Alright then, I'll go too. Wait, Eve, we should ask Cecil again. Eve said nothing, just lowered her head and, together with the other superheroes, followed Daidi and left. Robot also said nothing, just turned back and said to the remaining superheroes, let's continue, they will handle things well. Cecil was about to go crazy with anger at this moment. He had watched the entire process of Daidi's speech on the monitor. The heroes who could come here and participate in the final Global Guard tryouts had been carefully selected, and now 5 had been lured away at once. Who knows if there were any future New Guardians members among those 5? Cecil, I don't think you need to be angry about this, because the data shows that even if you add them all together, they cannot beat any single member of the former Guardians. Cecil turned back and glared fiercely at Donald, his eyes looking as if they were about to breathe fire. Do you think I don't know that? But those truly powerful heroes are unwilling to join us. The next day, Daidi used a plane to take those superheroes to his farm and introduced them to the basic situation. For example, who the enemies were, who the enemies might be, what abilities they had, and so on. And what they had to do was protect the farm in the coming days, be vigilant against enemy attacks, and once one occurred, defeat the enemy. Alright, that's all you need to do, except for Eve. Persist for a few days, and you will get your subsidy. Alright, sir. X4. Adam, Harrow and Eve raised her hand. Then what is my task? Your task. Daidi scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache, because Adam, Harrow and Eve was an important character in the original work, and Daidi could hardly guarantee she wouldn't trigger the butterfly effect, so it was better to arrange a safe job for her. How about this, Eve, you go help Dr. Crocodile build things. Yes, Just use your atomic reconstruction ability. What? But I want to fight bad guys. Dai scratched his head and decided to use a stalling tactic. No, you misunderstood. It's not that I won't let you deal with them, but Dr. Crocodile needs you now, there will be opportunities. Eve was, after all, just a young girl, and she did not doubt Daidi's words. Alright, make sure to call me. After saying this, she left to find Dr. Crocodile. Alright, everyone disperse. I have some things to do next. What was he going to do next? Well, to go dig up a mortal hero. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
System start. I can sell superpowers from an invincible hero. Part 2. A violent blizzard whipped against Daidi's face, stinging his cheeks. He was currently not in Chicago, nor the American White House, but on a snowy mountain in Utah. As everyone knows, in the Invincible animated adaptation, there is a scene where two young men attempt to dig up the remains of the immortal hero at the site where the Guardians were buried, but in reality, the true burial site of the immortal hero's remains is elsewhere. This point was mentioned long ago in the animation, so Daidi had found his way there while being carried bridal style by Race Knight. However, the search process was quite boring, so Daidi started chatting with Race Knight about a few things. Paul, what is your impression of the immortal hero? The immortal hero. Race Knight thought for a moment. I've heard of him since I was very young. He seems to have a kind of immortality. He has appeared in many major historical events. He is an important force in protecting the Earth, and I respect him very much. Daidi pondered for a moment before asking, then you know that I am here to dig him up this time, right? Yes. Then will you be angry? Daidi locked eyes with Race Knight. Race Knight averted his gaze from Daidi. A little. My morals tell me that this is extremely disrespectful to the dead. But the experiences I've had recently tell me that perhaps you have a way to bring him back to life. You are very mysterious. Hearing Race Knight's words, Daidi smiled with relief. He had thought he would need to waste a lot of breath to persuade Race Knight to help him, but now it seemed there was no need for that effort at all. Race Knight was very smart. That's right, the immortal hero is not just immortal in body, his life can also be restored. It's just that a guy like Cecil didn't know that, so he buried him so carelessly. Race Knight nodded and began to accelerate the search for the location where the immortal hero was buried. But his acceleration caused Daidi to suffer. An hour later, Race Knight stopped in a relatively remote area, which was covered by thick layers of snow and dirt. He put down the stiff-faced Daidi and said, "It should be here." Cough, 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 cough. Daidi began to cough violently, spitting out a mouthful of snowflakes with every cough. His cheeks were frozen bright red, and they were turning purple due to the lack of oxygen. Daidi finally calmed down a bit and cursed angrily. Paul, you definitely don't want to know how much snow got into my mouth just now. I was almost suffocated. Race Knight shrugged and said, sorry, I didn't notice. Do you think playing dumb will work? Daidi rolled his eyes at him, then walked over to his side, looking at the snow pile under their feet. Fine, for the sake of you finding the immortal hero, I'll forgive you. Come on, let's dig him out. Daidi and Race Knight immediately got to work. They first used the heat ray to melt the ice and snow, and then used their superhuman strength to forcibly dig a large hole in the frozen ground, extracting the coffin containing the immortal hero's body. Daidi opened the coffin to inspect it and exclaimed in admiration, as expected, even after so many days, the immortal hero's body is still fresh, without any decay. How do you plan to revive him? Daidi tapped a finger to his temple. His consciousness is still sealed here, which means as long as we reconnect his head nerves to his body and provide blood to reactivate the body's operating mode, he can come back to life. Race Knight nodded. But that sounds a bit difficult. That's right, Dr. Crocodile is not proficient in this area of knowledge, so we still need to find the Mahler twins. The Mahler twins. Aren't they in prison? Yes. Dai checked the time on his phone. But as it happens, they are currently breaking out of prison. Come on, carry the immortal hero, and we'll go pick them up. By the way, with your current combat power, can you beat them? It won't be hard. I'd like to say I'll miss you, brother, but I can always clone another one. One of the Mahler twins smiled smugly, completely abandoning his dying brother as he fled down the mountain. Just a moment ago, a stranger had helped them escape from prison, but unfortunately, they were ambushed. In order to escape, he had to use his brother as a human shield, sparing no cost, even his brother's life, to buy his own escape. Anyway, that guy was a clone he had made using himself as a prototype. In a sense, they were the same. As long as one didn't die, he would live forever. Although I don't know who helped me escape, I think I need a warehouse now. The Mauler who had escaped planned in his head as he ran. He needed to clone another one quickly. He couldn't accomplish anything on his own. But just as he was about to make a clean getaway and leave the prison area, two figures appeared. No, it couldn't be said to be two, because their appearance at this moment was very strange. A guy wearing a colorful battle suit was holding a person in a suit. They were floating in midair, and there was a huge coffin strapped to his back. What's going on? The escaped Mauler was a bit confused. Perhaps it was because he had been locked up for too long, he didn't recognize Race Knight. Dai jumped down from the air and landed right next to Mauler. Are you the one who helped us from behind? Mauler asked. No, I'm not. Someone else helped you from behind. I just want to borrow you from him. I need you to help me do something. Mauler narrowed his eyes. I know you guys are not to be trifled with, but even though I'm the only one left now, I'm not someone you can just order around whenever you want. Mauler suddenly attacked, launching an assault on Dai. But before his massive fist could hit Dai, a beam shot over in advance, hitting him in the chest and knocking him flying. Mauler fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. Before he could react, he felt his body lighten, and he was actually lifted into the air by his throat. Cough, cough. Paul, put him down. Dai said to Race Knight. Race Knight let go, and Mauler fell, making a loud thud on the ground. Dai walked up to him and asked, looking down at him, it's just a small favor, you wouldn't refuse to help, would you? Mauler opened his eyes and felt a strong murderous intent from the guy in front of him, so he had to compromise. Okay. You win, boss, what exactly do you want me to do? Dai showed him the coffin containing the immortal hero. Repair him, but he doesn't need to wake up immediately. If you dare to play any tricks. Dai shrugged, I don't think I'm a superhero, so. Gulp tilde. The sound of swallowing saliva. I understand, boss, but I need to clone my brother first. Because the Mauler twins were researchers, Dai did not bring them back to his farm, but instead found a large warehouse outside. Furthermore, this large warehouse was very hidden, no one except Dai knew its location. This was because Dai was well aware that the mastermind behind helping the Mauler twins escape from prison was actually a member of the new generation of the Global Guard, robot. He needed the Mauler twins' cloning technology to help him complete the reconstruction of his physical body. Unfortunately for him, he would likely be unable to complete the reconstruction this time, because his Mauler twins had been successfully intercepted by Dai. A few hours later, this hidden, unknown place became lively, emitting continuous and very noisy clanging sounds. Of course, all of this was caused by the Mauler twins. They were truly worthy of being called one of the smartest people in the world. Relying only on themselves and some rather dilapidated machinery and tools, they were able to create the tools needed for cloning. Everything they did was so dazzling. Of course, Dai was not surprised by this. After all, this was an absurdly extreme world. Consequently, after 2 full days of hard work, 2 cloning chambers were successfully added to this hidden warehouse. One was for the Mauler twins' deceased brother, and the other was for Immortal Hero. With the support of Dai's vast assets, in just 2 days, the Mauler twins completed the cloning of their brother. Peesh tilde. The chamber lid opened, and the new Mauler twin, covered in mist, rose from the cloning chamber and stretched their limbs. Subsequently, They spoke to Dai. Okay. We are all here now. Tell us specifically what you want us to do next. Dai nodded and pointed to the cloning chamber containing the body of a mortal hero. Use your biotechnology to repair the damage to a mortal hero's body and reconnect his nerves. This shouldn't be difficult for you, but do not let him wake up immediately. Only wake him when I need him. Can you do that? The Mahler twins shrugged, their movements surprisingly synchronized. Of course, that's not hard. However, boss, this takes a lot of energy. Isn't there any compensation? They glanced warily at Race Knight, and seeing him still floating to the side with his arms crossed, showing no movement, they breathed a sigh of relief. Dai thought about it. Indeed, he was not a tyrant. If he wanted the Mahler twins to help resurrect a mortal hero, he needed to provide some compensation in exchange. Otherwise, even with Dr. Crocodile by his side, there was no guarantee that the Mahler twins wouldn't play some hidden tricks on a mortal hero. I promise not to attack you. At the same time, I can offer you superpowers as compensation. Superpowers. The Mahler twins narrowed their eyes. Boss, we are among the smartest people in this world. We know the nature of superpowers, only a small portion are innate. Most heroes on the market today obtained their superpowers through experiments and modifications. We don't want that kind of superpower. Just as expected. Dai chuckled and clapped his hands. You are wrong. The superpowers I'm talking about are directly bestowed. All natural, no additives. Just like him. Race Knight Paul gathered beams in his eyes, and with a whoosh, he pierced through the hard floor, leaving behind a hole heated until it glowed red. The two Mahler twins swallowed hard. And the process for you to obtain the superpowers is very simple, you just need to sign this contract. Then, you will be able to gain the superpower called flesh regeneration. Flesh regeneration is a power I also covet. It can significantly increase the rate of flesh regeneration and enhance a person's vitality. You could say that as long as the brain and heart are not dead, even the most severe injuries can be recovered from. It's just a pity that there is a chance it will cause your body to develop an extra consciousness, but I believe that for you, who are proficient in consciousness transfer technology, this is not difficult to solve. After Dai finished speaking, he observed the Mahler twins' reaction. Sure enough, when the Mahler twins heard the super strong effects of flesh regeneration, and the side effects they were fully capable of solving, they were tempted. Although they were both originals and could keep cloning the other as long as one of them didn't die, that didn't mean they couldn't die. How many times had they been captured simultaneously? Perhaps one day, when Cecil completely lost patience with them, he would kill them. The Mahler twins nodded and said, okay, I accept your compensation, but I can give it to you right now. As I said, just sign this contract. The Mahler twins took the contract and looked at it. It was just an ordinary piece of paper. Although puzzled, they signed it anyway. The next moment, two streams of energy linked Dai with them. The Mahler twins gained the flesh regeneration superpower, while Dai gained part of the constitution that the Mahler twins originally possessed. Dai rejoiced in his heart. This was a win-win situation. Once the Mahler twins realized how useful the superpowers were, they would never be able to get rid of him. Subsequently, they might sign a second or even a third superpower contract with him, until they were completely under his control. That's enough, gentlemen. Begin the resurrection ceremony for a mortal hero. My time is running out. Dai turned around. I will send you a message when I need you. At that time, wake up a mortal hero immediately. Dai left. Just after Dai left, the Mahler twins began to explore their own bodies. It's truly peculiar. I actually really gained a superpower. This is a method and power I have never seen before. Is this a devil's contract? A devil's contract wouldn't be this simple. I think we've encountered someone extraordinary. Meanwhile, in another warehouse that should have appeared in the original story, a figure appeared silently. He had brown skin. No, that couldn't be called skin, it was sheets of iron. He was a robot. And he himself was also called Robot. Robot looked around. He, who had never had emotional fluctuations, rarely let out a sound of confusion. Where are they? Boom. A massive explosion erupted from deep within Daidi's farm on the outskirts of Chicago, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Whether they were superheroes, Daidi's bodyguards, or the workers still engaged in construction and renovations, everyone was drawn in by the deafening sound. As a result, when everyone gathered together, they were surprised to find a rocket-like object rising from underground. They looked at each other, none of them knowing what it was, not even Eve. Watching this massive machine, Dr. Crocodile wore a satisfied expression. Adam, Harrow and Eve asked from the side, "So, are we evacuating to space?" "No, we aren't going to space. This isn't a rocket, it's a work of art." Clap, clap, clap. A monotonous sound of clapping came from behind. Daidi, dressed in a suit, had returned at some unknown moment, with Race Knight following beside him. Daidi brushed past the crowd, came to Dr. Crocodile's side, patted his shoulder, and asked, "How is it? Is the superpower useful?" Dr. Crocodile's ugly face immediately beamed with joy. This was something that made him even happier than creating the kinetic bombardment weapon. The duplication superpower was simply too useful. And fool it, he didn't have to worry about the consequences of mutual slaughter due to excessive cloning. It was equivalent to having 10 guys just as smart as him completely at his disposal. If not for that, and the help of Adam, Harrow and Eve, how could he have built the kinetic bombardment weapon so quickly? Dr. Crocodile went up to Daidi, rubbed his hands, licked his lips, and said, Boss, if I perform well, can I get a new superpower?" Daidi smiled. "Of course, but that depends on your performance. I guarantee I'll perform well. I won't cause you any trouble, boss. I'll go further strengthen my body right now and help you punish those gangs who commit all kinds of evil and leave no way for the lower class citizens to survive." As Dr. Crocodile was about to slip away, Daidi grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, then waved to the crowd behind him. "We're just launching a satellite, everyone disperse." Everyone scratched their heads and quickly dispersed. Daidi smiled and said, "Don't be in such a rush to leave. Come and introduce the fruits of your research to me." Dr. Crocodile immediately got goosebumps, thinking that since this weapon was so important to the boss, he feared that if his results didn't meet the requirements, he would immediately be turned into a pair of Chelsea crocodile leather shoes. Gulp tilde. Dr. Crocodile swallowed, and explained in detail. "Boss, this is the near-Earth satellite weapon completed perfectly according to your requirements. The core is a giant metal rod made of a special alloy, capable of global strikes via satellite. It can perfectly convert gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy, and the destructive power generated even exceeds that of a small nuclear bomb. At the same time, the pollution produced is virtually non-existent, and even the shockwaves can be perfectly neutralized using Dr. Earthquake's technology." Dr. Crocodile spoke with great emotion, without a hint of falsehood. Daidi nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. With Cecil around, he couldn't build nuclear bombs. Since he couldn't build nuclear bombs, he would build this near-pollution-free kinetic bombardment weapon. Good. Let's call it the Sword of Damocles. Dr. Crocodile nodded frantically and gave a thumbs up. Great name. "So, boss, can I leave now? Don't be in a rush. Is the device for the micro-black hole teleportation capability ready?" Dr. Crocodile nodded again. It's ready, it's ready. Boss, I've already buried it under the farm." "Not bad, you can go." Daidi let go of Dr. Crocodile, who scrambled away as if fleeing, returning to his underground laboratory. Before long, a beam of light, barely visible to the naked eye, shot up into the sky and headed into outer space. It was Dr. Crocodile using the newly modified version of the device to channel cosmic rays. Daidi's thoughts stirred, and he raised his palm to look at it. His power had increased again, and not just by a little bit. He looked up at the sky, but there was no joy in his eyes, only endless sorrow. "So, is it exactly like the original work, where the berserk beast spares us weaklings, or?" Daidi shook his head. "Forget it, I won't think about it. Now I should think about how to increase my power in the next step. Should I call Invincible over?" But he should be being trained by Omni-Man right now, and Omni-Man hasn't revealed his intentions yet. Perhaps I shouldn't disturb him. The sound of an engine roaring. Dai turned to look, and a small sports car pulled up to the farm gate. A sturdy black man stepped out. Dai smiled and walked toward him with open arms. The night was deep. This farm on the outskirts of Chicago was far too remote, surrounded by forests. Only the moonlight shone from the sky, illuminating the leaves and bushes swaying in the wind. Everything seemed so tranquil. But one person disturbed this tranquility that belonged to nature. He was wearing a purple suit, sporting a slicked back hairstyle, and with his hands in his pockets, he opened a portal in the forest and stepped through, startling the creatures in the bushes and the treetops. The entire forest was thrown into chaos for a moment. Blocking my teleportation, how did he manage that? Isotope, wearing the purple suit, narrowed his eyes in displeasure. But it doesn't matter anyway. Snap tilde. Snapping his fingers, several black holes appeared around him, and numerous evil figures emerged, all looking toward the steel farm ahead that was emitting several searchlights. That is your target. Go and take out the owner of this farm, and you will get what you want. Upon his command, these evil figures set off one after another, rushing toward the farm from different directions, except for one person who remained standing in place. Isotope looked at him and asked, "What, is there nothing here you want?" The person in the darkness sniffed the air, revealed scarlet fangs, and made a sound like a beast's low growl. "There is an aura here that makes me feel excited. Do you think those gangs Dai mentioned will actually come?" A muscular Caucasian giant asked the superhero beside him who had transformed into a gorilla. The gorilla shrugged and said, "It's been so long, you've seen Dai's armed forces, right? If you ask me, he's more like a gangster." The Caucasian giant nodded and sighed, but his identity is perfectly fine. Never mind, anyway, we just need to stay for these few days. Once it's over, regardless of whether those criminals come or not, we'll get a huge subsidy. What is the reason you need this subsidy? The gorilla scratched his furry head, his thoughts drifting back to the past. When he was a child, his superpower was unstable, and he often couldn't transform back into a human. Therefore, he was abandoned by his biological parents and adopted by an elderly couple. But unfortunately, by the time he had the ability to freely control his superpower and earn money as a professional superhero, his adoptive parents were already too old to resist the onslaught of illness, and were already terminally ill. And the money he earned from becoming a professional hero was far from enough for the two old people's medical expenses, so he had to earn that 50 million. The gorilla thought about it and decided to tell the Caucasian giant about this past. Because this was something he dared not mention, fearing that if he did, those hypocritical people would no longer allow him to be a superhero, because his purpose for being a superhero was merely to earn money to treat his family, not for the purpose of protection as they imagined. The Caucasian giant also gave a bitter smile. It seems we are all the same. Becoming a superhero isn't because of how much justice we have in our hearts. Just as he was reminiscing, a blue flash of lightning appeared in front of him. Ah! The electric current instantly saturated his entire body. The Caucasian giant suffered endless pain and began to scream. No matter how formidable his strength was, he was helpless at this moment, his brain rendered blank by the electricity. This anomaly lasted only for an instant. By the time the gorilla reacted and wanted to intervene, it was already too late. Another enemy had appeared before him. It was an enemy completely encased in a furnace battle suit. The bright red of the molten lava appeared particularly blinding under the moonlight. As soon as they met, he activated the battle suit's maximum power, spraying a stream of high-temperature magma at the gorilla. The magma stream hit the gorilla without surprise, immediately causing a sizzling sound of charring. White smoke rose continuously from the wounds covered by the magma. Roar! The gorilla let out a beastly roar, trying his best to shake off the magma, but it was to no avail. The opponent's sneak attack was simply too sudden. Coupled with his thick fur, the magma not only eroded his flesh, but the high temperature also caused the surrounding fur to catch fire. The gorilla's eyes instantly turned crimson. Since he couldn't shake it off, he would just kill the culprit behind all of this. With his fighting spirit reaching its peak, the gorilla roared and leapt high into the air, raising his fist to smash down towards the furnace. If this blow landed solidly, the furnace would be dead or at least crippled. But the enemy was not just one person. Another flash of lightning struck, penetrating the gorilla's entire body. The gorilla went numb all over and plummeted from the sky like a bird that had lost its wings, crashing into the ground. The furnace's battle suit activated again, spraying a stream of high-temperature magma, engulfing the gorilla. Afterward, the furnace turned his body and aimed the nozzle at the Caucasian giant. With electricity and magma, these two physical superheroes faced nothing but death before them. I will not fall here. A roar stunned the electric curse in the furnace. When they looked at the Caucasian giant again, he had somehow unleashed astonishing potential, broken free from the shackles of the current, and charged forward. A massive fist smashed heavily onto the furnace's battle suit. Bang! A huge dent appeared, and the furnace was sent flying by this powerful blow. Seeing that the situation was bad, the electric curse immediately fled behind the Caucasian giant, intending to electrocute him to death. But what awaited him were the Caucasian giant's eyes, furious but devoid of consciousness. He had long since lost his will. How is this possible? A pair of massive fists appeared. The electric curse wanted to escape, but it was already too late. He closed his eyes, waiting for the fists to descend. But the next moment, boom! The immense pain he imagined did not come. Instead, there was a massive tremor underground, as if an earth dragon were turning over. He opened his eyes and was stunned. It turned out that the Caucasian giant's target was not him. His final obsession before losing consciousness was to exhaust all his strength to smash the ground, making the commotion loud enough for everyone to hear. The electric curse was furious. This was supposed to be a surprise attack, but now, the surprise attack or whatever had completely lost its meaning. Alarm sounds came from behind, and the entire farm's sirens blared. Finally here. Dai sat in the monitoring room, watching everything on the farm with a furrowed brow. All the searchlights had illuminated the surroundings. Under such bright light, all the supervillains under Machine Head had appeared, including the furnace and the electric curse, who had dealt with the gorilla and the Caucasian giant. Including them, more than 5 supervillains under Machine Head had begun to attack, starting to fight the superheroes and bodyguards guarding the farm. The number was far greater than those who fought the Invincible in the original work, but Dai's eyes scanned the monitors, wanting to find the figure that was not among the supervillains, but unfortunately, he could not find him. Where on earth did he go? HMPH, it's fine if he doesn't show up. First, clean up the small fry. Dai called Dr. Crocodile, Adam Harrow and Eve, Race Knight, and Titan. Electric Curse, where do you think that kid went? I don't know, maybe in the very center of the farm. I didn't expect that kid to hire so many superheroes and private armed forces. The electric curse said mockingly. He, even if there are more, so what? We are well prepared. Taking advantage of the gap while they are keeping each other in check, let's go take the credit. Good. The furnace, with a dent in his head, laughed and strode forward, but soon he couldn't move, and the electric curse also stumbled. The electric curse was immediately annoyed. What do you mean? You want me to go probe first, right? No, it's not that. Look ahead. The furnace stammered, pointing forward. The electric curse looked in the direction the furnace was pointing and was instantly horrified. Dr. Crocodile. How could he be here? How the hell would I know? Hey tilde. Dr. Crocodile's low laughter came, but it seemed like it wasn't just one voice. Such low-class creatures dare to invade the boss's farm. The electric curse and the furnace wanted to retreat, but soon discovered that Dr. Crocodile's figure was not just in one place, he was everywhere. Dr. Crocodile's reputation was thunderous in their criminal circles. His brutality and strength were second to none. Even more terrifyingly, having shed his ordinary biological body, he was no longer afraid of high heat or lightning. They were done for. I recognize you. Adam, Harrow and Eve flew down from the air and landed in front of a greasy man. The greasy man was also one of the criminals invading this time. He had a device on his abdomen that could release infinitely stretchable rubber bandages, like a low-spec version of Dr. Octopus. Little girl, you think you can stop me just by yourself. The battle between Dr. Crocodile and Adam Harrow and Eve had already begun. On the other side of the farm, the reborn Titan was also grappling with a criminal. His rock armor was far stronger than before, at one point beating the enemy so they couldn't fight back. After he punched the enemy away, a beam of red heat vision streaked over his head, blowing another enemy's guts out. It was Race Knight. He had become even stronger. Race Knight landed from the air with his arms crossed and said to Titan, "Need any help?" "No, thank you. I can still handle him." Titan sneered, jumped up, and smashed the criminal Magma Man to pieces. Although this couldn't kill the Magma Man, it made him feel pain. Seeing that Race Knight had also arrived, the Magma Man had no more will to fight and retreated into the forest, disappearing. Watching the Magma Man's retreating figure, Titan let out a long sigh of relief. It looks like other places are holding up too. The boss has so many reinforcements. Race Knight didn't think so. He said softly, "This time the enemies are weaker than imagined." What exactly is the boss afraid of? But immediately, he couldn't say such relaxed words anymore. He felt a fighting spirit that seemed to be composed of thousands of wild, crazed beasts. Even he couldn't resist feeling fear from that fighting spirit. He looked towards the depths of the forest and locked eyes with a pair of crimson eyes, instantly feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Are there still enemies? Rock armor instantly climbed over the Titan's entire body. He clenched his fists, and the muscles in his calves bulged. The Race Knight beside him wanted to warn him, but it was already too late. The Titan had already pushed off the ground, shooting out like a cannonball toward those eyes. He arrived in front of them in an instant, but waiting for the Titan was a fist wrapped in a red glove, which had smashed into the Titan's face before he could even strike. Crack! Whether it was the sound of rock shattering or bones breaking, it didn't matter. This punch completely shattered the Titan's consciousness, twisting his entire face. After a brief pause, he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, passing by the Race Knight and slamming deeply into the ground. Boom! Huge clouds of dust rose up. The Titan's muscle memory still wanted to struggle to stand, but the power of that punch was simply too terrifying. It had long since scattered his consciousness. With his consciousness gone, the Titan struggled twice before ceasing all movement, fainting dead away. Titan. The Race Knight's pupils trembled as he turned his head in disbelief. Defeated the Titan with just one blow. He snapped his gaze back, glaring fiercely at those eyes until it stepped out of the darkness, revealing its form under the light. It was a humanoid creature with a lion's head, wearing a tight combat suit and holding a massive mace. Its entire body radiated boundless fighting intent, as if it were unstoppable. This thing, it's practically a berserk beast. The Race Knight gritted his teeth. The berserk beast licked the blood from its knuckles and said in a contemptuous yet deep voice, "I came for the strong, not for ants like that." The Race Knight clenched his fists. "Who exactly are you? Hee hee. It seems you are the strong one they spoke of." Before the words had even faded, a gust of wind from a punch hit its face. The Race Knight had flashed in front of the berserk beast and struck hard at its head. Bang! With a muffled thud, the punch landed squarely. This was a punch containing all of the Race Knight's strength. Even the Invincible would be unable to resist it. He believed that this sudden attack, even if it couldn't kill the berserk beast, should at least cause a moderate concussion. Thud. With a soft sound, the momentum of the Race Knight's punch came to an abrupt halt, unable to advance even a fraction of an inch further. What is going on? The Race Knight's eyes flickered, and the next moment, he witnessed a scene that made his blood run cold. His fist was smashed right against the berserk beast's face, yet it didn't make it take even a single step back. It hadn't even used its hands to block, it simply stood there, allowing that heavy, powerful punch to land on its face. And this full-force strike from the Race Knight had only caused a slight abrasion on the berserk beast's skin. How is this possible? The Race Knight was horrified. A strong sense of crisis told him that if he didn't run now, he would die. A scorching heat ray shot out fiercely, aiming for the berserk beast's eyes. This time, the berserk beast finally sensed danger and raised its mace to block its eyes, which provided the perfect opportunity for the race knight to retreat. The race knight blasted backward at high speed, flying a dozen meters away in an instant, eyeing the berserk beast warily. The berserk beast chuckled, glanced at the burn marks on its mace, and said, "You're not bad. You're worth me using 40% of my strength. But, it's still not enough." Boom. The berserk beast vanished. The race knight was terrified. Suddenly, he heard movement behind him, so he whipped around and struck, hitting the berserk beast on its right shoulder and making it stumble a small step to the side. But such force was unable to stop the berserk beast. It grabbed the race knight by the neck, intending to impale him with its mace. The race knight fired another heat ray, forcing the berserk beast back. Then, relying on his ability to fly, he ascended into the air and sprayed the area below with gunfire. Countless crimson lasers shot into the grass, incinerating everything in their path. Soon, thick smoke filled the entire area. But he knew that none of his attacks had hit. Where is it? Whoosh! A dark shadow darted out of the smoke, grabbed the race knight, and slammed him from the air onto the ground. Very good, you've made me quite happy. The berserk beast roared happily, actually threw away its mace, and began to grapple with the race knight amidst the smoke. The race knight didn't back down either. Although his strength was inferior to the berserk beast, he had the assistance of his heat ray, which saved him from the berserk beast's grasp countless times just as he was about to be severely injured. For a time, the sounds of flesh colliding and the heat ray burning and cutting rang out incessantly, and the splattering blood gradually stained the grass red. The fighting intent on your body makes countless living beings feel fear. The race knight threw a fist that was already a bloody mess, but this punch no longer had its previous power, it just landed weakly on the berserk beast's chest. The berserk beast narrowed its eyes and pulled out the 5 fingers that had been deeply embedded in the race knight's flesh. It licked the blood from them, and its fighting intent receded like a tide. You disappoint me. The berserk beast held the race knight up by the neck, its crimson eyes scanning the race knight's body. The race knight's body was already battered and broken, even his high-durability combat suit was completely ruined. One of his eyes couldn't even open due to the heavy impact, his entire body was covered in blood, and his wounds could not self-heal. The race knight still had the ability to use his heat ray, but the heat ray was linked to his physical strength and mental energy. He was already at the end of his rope and had no strength left. His 2 hands hung down powerlessly, leaving only one eye glaring fiercely at the berserk beast. 2 puffs of hot air snorted from the berserk beast's nostrils. I overestimated you. 40% of my strength was still too much. You are not the strong one they spoke of. A strong one. Perhaps I am not, but I only wanted to protect others. The race knight didn't know where the strength came from, but he managed to raise his hands, wanting to give the berserk beast one final blow. But unfortunately, he was not the protagonist of a Japanese anime or a hot-blooded novel. He didn't have the ability to power up, and even his superpowers were bestowed upon him by others. Thus, his hands stayed pathetically in midair, and he was casually tossed by the berserk beast into the grass, unable to stand up again. The berserk beast picked up its mace and looked ahead, toward the center of the entire farm. Do not disappoint me again. Suddenly, the berserk beast sensed killing intent. However, this killing intent did not come from the east, nor the west, nor the north, but from all around. Boom! Massive explosions erupted under its feet. Countless large-caliber bullets rained down like a curtain, covering the sky, and bright laser weapons were interspersed among them, piercing into the berserk beast's body like poisonous needles. Roar! The berserk beast let out a howl of pain, but what it wanted was precisely this kind of pain. The berserk beast let out a roar, grabbed an incoming missile with one claw, and then crushed it to pieces right in front of everyone. Its ferocity was truly awe-inspiring. Immediately after, countless bullets and explosions rained down on the berserk beast. The continuous attacks caused some damage, but without exception, they were only superficial wounds. These minor injuries meant nothing to the berserk beast, which had fought its way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even if its recovery ability was not outstanding. Bang! The berserk beast charged out from the blockade of barrage fire, reached a mortar in an instant, swung its mace, and smashed it to pieces before sweeping past the bodyguards like a gust of wind. The berserk beast's physical durability was simply too high. Although not intentional, the gale force it generated was enough to flay and dismember these ordinary people, stripping them of their lives. Guns, artillery shells, lasers, no weapon could halt the berserk beast's advance. The berserk beast narrowed its eyes. It was tired of these tickling tricks. It fixed its gaze on one direction and broke through the encirclement with ease. However, at the very moment it broke through the encirclement, a beast-shaped monster just as hulking as itself latched onto it. Roar! The berserk beast let out a cry of pain. This beast-shaped monster had actually dared to bite down on its torso. In all the time the berserk beast had been fighting, no one had ever dared to contest its bite force. This was a provocation, this was suicide. Roar! The cry of pain turned into a roar of rage. The berserk beast bared its sharp teeth, opened its blood-stained maw, and bit down hard on the monster's head. A lion's bite force is already top tier among land animals, let alone the berserk beast from the universe. Its teeth were quickly driven into the enemy's flesh, and with a teeth-grinding sound, it crushed the skull beneath the meat, followed by the soft red and white matter inside. Bang! Everything in its mouth dissipated into smoke. The berserk beast lunged at nothing, looking around in surprise, but the enemy was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a pair of tooth marks on its waist and abdomen. What is this? This is a clone of your grandpa Crocodile. Dr. Crocodile laughed as he descended from behind, brandishing his sharp claws to deliver a solid blow to the berserk beast, tearing off a piece of flesh with a ripping sound. The berserk beast cried out in pain again, swung its mace, and blew up Dr. Crocodile's head. Bang! Unfortunately, he turned into white smoke and disappeared again. Your grandpa Crocodile still has 8 more clones like this. 8 crocodile monsters appeared all around, opening their blood-stained maws to attack the berserk beast. Ha 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 ha. The berserk beast covered its face and laughed. Interesting power. In that case, I will use 4% of my power to play with you. The berserk beast grabbed the head of one crocodile monster and crushed it into powder. In the farm's surveillance room, Dr. Crocodile's true form was pacing back and forth anxiously, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. What do we do, boss? This guy is a bit too strong. What else can we do? The berserk beast's weakness is its recovery ability. We can only stall, drag it out until it is exhausted, and then shatter it in one blow. Tell the Mahler twins to awaken the immortal hero according to the plan. Yes, boss. Beep. 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 Hey, clone, it's a message from Dai. One of the Mahler twins pointed at the signal light and shouted. I can't believe we need to use it so soon. Hurry up, clone, wake the immortal hero, or we'll be in breach of contract. Who are you calling a clone? I'm the original. The Mahler twin who claimed to be the original retorted disdainfully, walked over to the cloning tank containing the immortal hero, and pressed the button. I hope nothing goes wrong. PFF tilde. The machine's indicator light turned on. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. But it seemed the immortal hero had no intention of waking up. What's going on? The Mahler twin who claimed to be the original thought for a moment before realizing. I know. Let me give him a little boost. I learned this from Frankenstein. After saying that, he ignored his brother's protests and punched the immortal hero twice, hard. As a result, it knocked the memories sealed in the immortal hero's brain awake, his most ancient memories, up until he was killed by Omni-Man. A tremendous rage became the final key to his resurrection. He opened his eyes. Omni-Man. The immortal hero sat up abruptly from the cloning tank. Omni-Man. Where is he? The Mahler twins were startled by the immortal hero's reaction. Okay, listen, immortal hero, Omni-Man is at. Omni-Man. The immortal hero didn't listen to a word of their nonsense, smashed through the warehouse roof, and flew out, leaving the Mahler twins staring at each other in the warehouse. This The Mahler twin who claimed to be the original wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing we listened to Didi's suggestion and made him subconsciously believe that Omni-Man is in the suburbs of Chicago. That's right, Didi knew that the immortal hero's will could not be controlled, so he added a little ingredient to the immortal hero's consciousness. Although the immortal hero would not attack the Berserk Beast, when the Berserk Beast saw the immortal hero, it would definitely attack. Because, aside from the people from Viltrum, the immortal hero was undoubtedly one of the most powerful people on Earth. Omni-Man. The immortal hero quickly broke through the clouds and flew to the suburbs of Chicago. The massive sounds of battle in the suburbs attracted his attention. In his consciousness, only Omni-Man could unleash such powerful energy, so Omni-Man must be there. His heart had been ignited by the fires of vengeance. Killing all the members of the Guardians, Omni-Man was the enemy he had to kill. Go to hell, Omni-Man. He targeted the most powerful figure in the chaotic battle, gathered his strongest punch, and descended from the sky, angry and ferocious. Boom. Like thunder crashing into the earth, the flat ground shattered like a spiderweb. The powerful impact destroyed Dr. Crocodile's last clone. The immortal hero's eyes were wide with rage, but soon, his fierce gaze froze. What he saw was not Omni-Man. Who are you? Who am I? The Berserk Beast had been bent over by the punch, but it sneered incessantly. It was an excited laugh, full of fighting spirit. Another surprise. Your body is mouth-watering. The Berserk Beast stood up rigidly like a spring, grabbed the immortal hero's fist, and smashed him into the ground. The immense pain fully stimulated the immortal hero's adrenaline at that moment. He began to fight back and soon engaged in battle with the Berserk Beast. Blood, so sweet. The Berserk Beast had just finished roaring when it was sent staggering by an extremely tricky punch. It turned its gaze back, staring at the immortal hero like a beast eyeing delicious prey. Your body is one baptized by thousands of years of battle. You are worthy of a fight with me. The Berserk Beast's power surged again, instantly putting the immortal hero at a disadvantage. But the Berserk Beast's power continued to grow. It ignored the wounds on its body and began to fully display its combat skills to fight the immortal hero, but clearly, it had overestimated the immortal hero's combat power. PFF'd. The Berserk Beast punched through the immortal hero's chest, and in the immortal hero's terrified gaze, it grabbed his head. The immortal hero looked at the Berserk Beast as if looking at a monster. He could feel that the energy hidden within this guy was even more terrifying than Omni-Man's. It shouldn't be here. Thank you, you finally let me feel a glimmer of the joy of battle, but this is the end. Ah! The Berserk Beast's muscles bulged, and it actually ripped the immortal hero's head and spine out together, then threw them aside like trash. From the moment the immortal hero appeared to the moment of his death, it took a total of 3 minutes and 27 seconds. The two remaining superheroes, excluding Eve, rushed over, but their fate was merely to last half a minute in the hands of the Berserk Beast. The grass was in a mess, and there was nothing left to stop the Berserk Beast. The Berserk Beast panted heavily and took a step forward. The next moment, a force like heavenly judgment descended from the sky. Within the dark veil of low Earth orbit, an 8-meter-long iron rod of unknown alloy suddenly detached from its orbit, cast toward the surface by the satellite that had carried it. Like a falling meteorite, it dove toward the ground at 20 times the speed of sound, effortlessly piercing the thick atmosphere before instantly igniting into a golden sword of flame. Yet, this intense burning could not harm it in the slightest. Its alloy properties were something never before seen on Earth, artificially and crudely manufactured. Its hardness exceeded that of any known alloy. Therefore, when it was fully pulled by Earth's gravity, completely transformed into a sword of flame bathed in fire, tearing through the sky that had always protected humanity, and falling precisely toward a single target, it truly became the Sword of Damocles, a symbol of crisis. It was also like the scepter of a king, surrounded by ripples and sonic booms. Carrying the power of destruction, it dove down from the sky, looking down with contempt upon the creatures below, who were like ants. Those creatures would all have to grovel on the ground, offering obeisance to this authority capable of destroying everything. But, except for one. The berserk beast was pinned in place by the immense pressure, blood throughout its body forced downward by the impact, yet its fighting spirit continued to surge upward. How many years had it been since it had seen an attack of such power? It could even foresee that this pure attack would absolutely pierce the earth. Earthquakes, tsunamis, countless disasters would be unleashed because of it, but that was on the condition that it first pierced its own body. Come. Fight. A terrifying aura erupted from the berserk beast's body. It was ready to face all of this, whether life or death, it accepted it. Inside the monitoring room, encased by shock-absorbing devices, Didi stared at the screen with a worried expression. Behind him lay the race knight and others, either heavily injured on the ground or unconscious. He asked Dr. Crocodile. Do you think that this weapon alone can really kill the berserk beast? Dr. Crocodile shook his head and said, no, it cannot. The power contained within the berserk beast's body is beyond anything I dared to imagine. Therefore, in your plan, boss, I added a little something personal. Oh. Didi became interested. Tell me about it. I added a small amount of an unknown toxin I obtained from space years ago into that alloy iron rod. This toxin is repelled by living organisms, and it also repels them. In other words, it is a toxin that cannot coexist with, nor penetrate, a biological body, but. Didi narrowed his eyes. His original plan had only been to exhaust and severely wound the berserk beast, but now it seemed that the little personal addition from Dr. Crocodile might actually be able to kill the berserk beast outright. But, the sword of Damocles falling from high altitude exerts enough powerful pressure to force that toxin into the berserk beast's body. We all know that there are spaces between all molecules, that is the reason I dared to do this. And once that trace of toxin is forced into the berserk beast's body, it will trigger a violent rejection reaction with its body. At that point, Dr. Crocodile made a gesture of a balloon popping, boom. Gone in a puff of smoke. Didi laughed, a heartfelt laugh. Dr. Crocodile was truly a madman, to think he could come up with this. Theoretically, this was indeed the most effective way to kill the berserk beast. After all, the berserk beast's physical resistance was enough to allow it to drift through space, and its skin was incredibly tough. One could refer to Omni-Man for proof of this. In the original work, Omni-Man was hit by Cecil's orbital cannon twice in a row and only had a nosebleed. The berserk beast would only be stronger than him, so Didi was not confident that the sword of Damocles alone could kill the berserk beast from the outside. The inside is always more fragile than the outside. Didi continued to look at the monitoring screen. The sword of Damocles, carrying kinetic energy of a destructive scale, rushed toward the berserk beast. At the moment of contact, it pierced downward without any resistance, entering the ground. This wasn't the berserk beast being instantly blown to smithereens, but rather the earth being unable to withstand the immense impact force, instantaneously compressed into plasma and vanishing from people's sight. But a moment later, energy as violent as a dancing black dragon began to spread from underground. Rocks within several hundred meters collapsed with a roar, and countless crimson flashes appeared among the debris until they were stopped by the surrounding shock-absorbing devices. Even so, the devices themselves erupted with a roar, and the instrument panels beeped incessantly. This energy was equivalent to the explosion of a small nuclear bomb, leaving everyone who still had the consciousness and strength to watch in awe. Even Cecil, who had been secretly paying attention, was terrified. But even so, a pair of hands wrapped in mangled flesh broke out from the rock layer. It braced itself against the ground with difficulty, digging its body out from the ruins. Didi, who was watching, held his breath, observing this scene. The berserk beast dragged its mangled body to a relatively flat spot and lay down. The next moment, a spray of blood exploded on its shoulder, tearing all its flesh open to reveal the ghastly white bone underneath. It looked with great effort in the direction where Didi was, its eyes full of extreme anger. It had lost this battle, but this was not a battle in the true sense. What truly defeated it was not those weak superheroes, nor that sword of Damocles that had fallen from the sky, and certainly not the repulsive substance that would destroy its flesh from the inside out, but the sum of all these things, the arrangements made by the person truly behind this trip. It seemed to have calculated the weakness of its recovery ability, and also calculated that it would not use its full strength against weaklings, thus exhausting it bit by bit until that trace of repulsive substance, weak to the extreme, could penetrate its body. From beginning to end, it had never truly made a move. Although it had lost such a battle, it was not convinced. Next time, you won't escape. Hum. A wave of pressure descended from the sky, instantly reaching the berserk beast's eyes. Following it was a punch containing the power of many who had fought the berserk beast. This punch slammed into the berserk beast's abdomen, nearly punching a hole right through it. PFF'd. The berserk beast spat out a large mouthful of blood and raised its beastly eyes to try and see the attacker clearly, but only saw a pair of eyes wrapped in crimson. This scene was familiar. This was heat ray. Hum. The scorching high temperature roasted the berserk beast's eyes, intending to use its eyes as a breakthrough point to further pierce through its brain. The berserk beast understood then. This guy attacking it was none other than the person who had remained behind the scenes all along, the one who had schemed to leave it severely wounded. Berserk beast. There will be no next time. You in your prime are extremely powerful, powerful to the point of being hair-raising. Precisely because of this, I cannot let you leave. Power surged from his limbs into Daidi's mind, condensing into the most powerful strike he had ever unleashed. This attack fused all his physical and mental strength. It was a desperate, final blow where Daidi cast everything aside. Hum. An invisible pressure rippled outward, stripping the surrounding rock walls as if they had been plowed, leaving them riddled with holes. The next moment, the heat ray in Daidi's eyes finished charging, and he unleashed his final strike at the berserk beast. The red ray invaded the berserk beast's eyes with unstoppable force, beginning to destroy its ocular tissue. Skin, nerves, everything would be ground to dust under Daidi's heat ray, ultimately vanishing into ashes. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The berserk beast laughed maniacally. This is a battle. This is what a battle is. How can it be called a battle without life and death? I acknowledge you. The berserk beast laughed crazily, raising its hand, stripped of flesh and skin, and slammed it onto Daidi's forehead. Daidi could even feel the lava-hot blood of battle flowing onto his face. And accompanying the flowing blood was the gradual shift of his own vision. It was precisely this shift in vision that caused the heat ray, which followed his gaze, to leave the berserk beast's eye sockets, revealing that unyielding fighting spirit condensed from thousands of vicious beasts. You cannot kill me. The berserk beast let out a lion's roar, like a god of war bellowing at the world. Feeling the force of the roar, which weighed as much as 10,000 tons, Daidi had no choice but to raise his hands to resist. Even so, the sheer aura conveyed by the sound alone hit Daidi like the power of a dragon and elephant. Daidi spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah, and was knocked back 100 meters. Daidi gritted his teeth, forcibly stopping the damage to his body, and gathered his strength again. He was willing to risk the backlash to move forward and kill the berserk beast. The berserk beast just stood there, looking at Daidi like a king. But just as Daidi was about to touch the berserk beast and seize this only opportunity to kill it, he despaired. A golden portal appeared behind the berserk beast. This was not Isotope's teleportation ability, but technology from a higher civilization. Dr. Crocodile's shielding device could not block it. The berserk beast had been watching Daidi the entire time. As it took a step back and entered the portal, it left behind a sentence. Thank you for letting me experience a battle of life and death after such a long time. You are strong. I will come to find you again, but next time, I will drag you out before you use those underhanded tricks to severely injure me. I hope you can satisfy me completely. The berserk beast vanished without a trace. It did not need to rely on Isotope's ability, it had come here solely to seek battle. Grief and indignation, endless grief and indignation. Daidi punched the ruins of the earth again and again, smashing the already broken ground into pieces. In this battle, there were no winners and no losers, all the preparations had turned into nothingness. He had let the berserk beast run away, losing his best chance to kill it. What awaited him next would likely be an attack from the berserk beast at its peak. The Berserk Beast at full strength was in existence at the pinnacle of power in the entire Invincible universe. Could he really defeat it? He looked at his bloodied and mangled fists. His current strength was still too weak. He couldn't even kill the Berserk Beast in its heavily injured state, and was even severely wounded by the fighting spirit it produced between life and death. Could the current him really defeat his opponent? Dai raised his head and looked at the sky shining with countless stars. His consciousness seemed to break through the barriers of time and space, returning to his original world. He could not die. He had to live. He had to figure out why he had come here, so he could not die. Therefore, he must win. He must defeat the Berserk Beast. And Omni-Man, Conquest, Regent, as well as the thousands of races in the universe. He had a system and various heroes. He could keep getting stronger, growing stronger exponentially. He would not be bound by this world. He wanted to become stronger until he stood at the pinnacle of the world. Dai stood up, closed his eyes, and opened them again. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the world had turned upside down. A brilliance never seen before shone in his eyes. His eyes swept across the surroundings, passing over the cruel ruins before locking onto someone's side. Dai vanished from where he was and appeared beside that person, giving him a huge fright. He wanted to use his superpowers to escape, but Dai pressed down on his shoulder, rendering him unable to move an inch. Dai turned his head, his eyes gazing calmly at the person. Do you still want to continue? Isotope. Isotope's hair stood on end. Just one look at Dai made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He could see that although Dai's eyes were calm, they contained infinite killing intent. Under the intense pressure, he had no choice but to reveal his true purpose. You have defeated the strongest combat power we could assemble. Machine Head no longer has the strength to confront you, so I want to keep talking. Help you overthrow Machine Head and seize Machine Head's power. From now on, you will be the master of the city. You will need my abilities. Hey! Dai sneered. He knew Isotope quite well, a fence-sitter who swayed with the wind, helping whichever side was stronger. At the same time, he was unrestrained and possessed the superpower to teleport. Having him as a subordinate was a headache, but he was also very useful. The pity was that as long as he was strong enough, he didn't need to worry about his betrayal. Take me to see Machine Head. Upon hearing this, Isotope was overjoyed. Knowing that Dai had agreed, he immediately opened a portal and teleported Dai away. At this moment, in Machine Head's headquarters building, Machine Head was leisurely playing with a pen on his desk. In his view, this attack had deployed all his elites, and there were even powerful helpers invited from outer space. He didn't believe that the kid who thought he was so strong wouldn't die. Daring to provoke me, I will use his skull as a bowl. Whoosh! A portal opened in front of him. Machine Head's face lit up with joy, and just as he was about to call Isotope's name, he was grabbed by a pair of large hands reaching out from within. Immediately after, Dai's face poked out from within. Machine Head had seen what Dai looked like in photos, so he was terrified. Several streams of information crossed in that machine brain, and in a fraction of a second, he deduced the terrifying reason why Dai had appeared here. That was, all those people he had sent were gone. Even Isotope had defected. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You already had the answer in your heart, didn't you? The human face on Machine Head, composed of LED lights, suddenly flashed with light, beginning to rearrange and combine, forming an extremely abstract smiling face. Don't think you can just take over my criminal empire like this. The Order organization won't let you off easily. The Order organization, is it? We shall see. Just as Dai was about to completely strangle Machine Head, a voice stopped him. Wait, Dai. Wait, Dai. Cecil appeared behind Dai at some point, his hands in his pockets, speaking calmly to stop him. However, Dai did not stop his actions because of his words. With a forceful motion of his right hand, he crushed Machine Head's neck with a snap. Engine oil and human blood splattered everywhere. The soldiers behind Cecil raised their guns, aiming at Dai, but unexpectedly, Cecil waved his hand, signaling them to put their guns down. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. I don't mind you killing Machine Head. As long as someone is willing to step forward and maintain order in the underworld, that's all that matters. I have already promised Isotope that I would maintain order in this city's underworld, but I will make changes. Please do as you wish. After all, it would be very difficult for me to stop you. The air was somewhat stagnant. From the perspective of the two soldiers behind Cecil, their director seemed to be engaging in a verbal clash with Dai, where just a few sentences felt like a fight that had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Cecil changed his attitude and began to laugh. At least you won't do anything to harm this city or its citizens, that is something we agreed upon long ago. But I am very curious, what exactly was that thing that attacked you? Was all your preparation for this long for him? Cecil stopped smiling, his face turning solemn. Dai nodded, glanced around, and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Machine Head was a subordinate of the Order organization. I need to remodel this place. Let's go to the Global Defense Bureau headquarters to talk." Having said that, Cecil and Dai left with great tacit understanding, appearing out of thin air at the Global Defense Bureau headquarters, which is the Pentagon. Listen, Dai, your power is immense. If you are truly on the side of justice, I think we can cooperate deeply. Dai waved his hand and said, "No, I am not on the side of justice, I am on my own side. Anyone who poses a threat to me is my enemy. Therefore, Director Cecil, I hope we won't become enemies, but friends. Likewise, the reason I say this is because I need your help right now." Director Cecil was silent for a moment, and after he had sorted things out, he asked Dai, "It's because of that lion-like alien creature, isn't it?" "That's right." Upon receiving Dai's confirmation, Director Cecil gasped. Cecil had only watched half of the battle between Dai's forces and that lion creature, but that half alone was enough to make him fully convinced. Because that lion was simply too powerful, stronger than any creature he had seen so far, it could practically stand shoulder to shoulder with Omni-Man. No, that's not right. If that lion had unleashed its full power from the start, had not had its energy drained, had not given Dai time to deploy the space-based kinetic weapons, and had not been invaded by abnormalities, it probably would have killed Dai long ago. This power showed him the possibility of defeating Omni-Man, but unfortunately, this power was not at his disposal and could potentially become his enemy. I never expected there to be such dangerous creatures beyond the universe. It goes to show how insignificant humanity is. Yes, humanity is very insignificant. That lion-like creature is called the Berserk Beast, an existence standing at the peak of the universe, born for battle, growing stronger the more it fights. Its strength surpasses Omni-Man. What? Although he had anticipated it, getting it confirmed personally was still unbelievable. It was truly shocking. Cecil couldn't help but think more highly of Dai. "You defeated him." "No, I didn't." Dai explained the process and plan of confronting the Berserk Beast. What truly heavily wounded him was actually the cosmic toxin hidden within the Sword of Damocles. But think about it, if it were a normal enemy, a rational enemy, would they take that hit head on? Only an idiot would take that hit and allow the cosmic toxin to take advantage of the opening. As he spoke, Dai chuckled. "That is why I need your help." Director Cecil frowned. "How can I help?" "I want to establish the Hero Association. A second hero management organization independent of the Global Defense Bureau." This resolution gave Cecil a massive headache. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer, so he had to use his own experience to persuade Dai. Managing heroes is not that simple, Dai. Even the Global Defense Bureau. "I know, Cecil." Dai pointed beneath his feet. "The place we are currently in is the Pentagon." "What are you trying to say?" "It is precisely because we are in the Pentagon that those truly powerful heroes won't join the Global Defense Bureau, nor will they listen to your summons. Because the Global Defense Bureau sounds nice, but in reality, it is a global violent institution established with the American regime as its core. Therefore, Only when the earth is truly on the brink of destruction can you summon those truly powerful heroes from various countries. Cecil fell into silence again. This time he couldn't say anything more. He deeply understood the nature of the Global Defense Bureau, so he had nothing to say. Therefore, a second hero organization needs to be established, which is the Hero Association led by me. The Hero Association will be a civilian hero organization. Unlike your professional heroes, we will conduct hero activities in the form of bounties and association subsidies, similar to a mercenary-style security company. Cecil asked with a frown, "What benefit does this have for you?" "The benefit is that I can openly recruit and cultivate hero forces. I think you should have already guessed that I can grant others superpowers, and these superpowers can be upgraded. Therefore, I need to expand my forces as quickly as possible to face the next attack from the Berserk Beast." It was undeniable that Dai Di's idea, while providing him with numerous assists, could also resolve some contradictions within the Global Defense Bureau. Official hero professions all have fixed salaries. This has already formed a set of order, and this order was jointly formulated by major powers, making it difficult to change. But if there were a hero organization with a civilian nature, one could flexibly adapt the rules and provide extra subsidies to those heroes in need. This could also mobilize the enthusiasm of the heroes. Because, to earn fame, one relies on official hero organizations, and to earn money, one relies on the private hero association. Reasonably separating the two without conflict, he could also rest assured leaving it to Dai Di to run. For a long time, what Dai Di had shown was indeed standing on his side, even if it was only for the purpose of self-preservation. He could tolerate Omni-Man, so why not have another Dai Di to help him? Not to mention that one day, perhaps he could make Dai Di and Omni-Man keep each other in check. Fine, I agree. I will open a green channel for your hero association. Do you need funding? Hey. Dai Di sneered. No need. With a flick of his hand, he revealed a card shimmering with black light. Cecil recognized this card. It contained the inheritance left to Dai Di by his parents, and the amount was huge. But, based solely on the amount on this one card, it was far from enough to establish the Hero Association. Swoosh. Dai Di gestured with his hand, fanning out a stack of black cards like a folding fan, which made Cecil's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. I originally thought my parents had only left me this one card, but as I kept using it, I discovered that what my parents actually left me was a pile of these cards. I don't know what they are for, but I do know that I am now wealthy enough to rival the world. Cough, 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 cough. Cecil started coughing violently. All right, young Master Dai, don't use them recklessly, definitely don't use them recklessly. If this much capital appears in the world, it will cause big problems. Haha. I understand. However, can you help me check what exactly my parents' identities were? To be honest, I am also very surprised. Trash, a bunch of trash. In the center of a massive building, a man was berating his subordinates, his face flushed red. This subordinate of his was an informant stationed in Chicago, whose main job was to monitor Machine Head, because Machine Head's criminal empire was actually under their control, and the name of their organization was the Order. One of the most powerful criminal syndicates in the world. And yet, in such a syndicate, the leader of one of their cities couldn't even handle a mere punk, and even lost power in Chicago. He was absolutely furious. Boss. That kid is just too powerful. We even sent out Furnace and another henchman, but keep sending people, take him out for me. Bang. The door was forced open, and a short, old man appeared in the doorway. His shadow stretched long across the floor, gradually transforming into the shape of a dragon, and behind him stood a stern-looking giant. When the man saw this old man, his anger instantly vanished, and he respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Mr. Liu. HMPH. Mr. Liu let out a cold snort and walked up to the man. His cold expression seemed as if it were about to turn into a dragon and swallow him whole. The person you took the liberty of sending people to attack is named Dai Di, and he is Chinese. The man was frightened by Mr. Liu's expression and quickly knelt on the ground, beginning to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, I didn't know he had a connection to you. Shut up. It's not that he has a connection, it's his family. That is an ancient and powerful family. You might not know it, but when I mention a certain name, all the underworld supremes have to step back half a pace. Mr. Liu said, his face becoming increasingly somber. Damon, that guy's cousin. Everyone knows the story of how he killed 3 superhumans in a bar using only a full pencil. So, do not make an enemy of him again. Unless he is some short-sighted little brat who comes knocking on our door. Mr. Liu's eyes changed color, his pupils distorted, giving the feeling that a dragon was gradually revealing its true form. Noisy construction sounds rose and fell, and thick fumes drifted everywhere. Dai was currently at Machine Head's headquarters building, but it no longer belonged to Machine Head, it belonged to Dai, along with all his assets. Dai was directing the construction team to renovate the place. From today on, this place would be called the Dai building. Ahem, I've digressed, just kidding. Actually, the real name of this place is the Hero Association headquarters. Dai would operate and mobilize the Hero Association from here, building it into the second holy land for professional superheroes in the world. At the same time, the farm in the suburbs of Chicago would be the secret logistics headquarters of the Hero Association, which would provide Dai with a continuous supply of advanced weapons. That was also Dr. Crocodile's experimental base. Dai took out several anonymous bank cards and handed them to Isotope, saying, "Give these to the families of the deceased heroes, this is what they deserve." In the confrontation with Machine Head, all 4 heroes except for Atom, Hero and Eve had died. According to the agreement, in addition to the existing subsidies, Dai would provide their families with enough money to live out the rest of their lives comfortably. He would not break his word. Isotope took the bank cards and left. Dai walked back to his magnificent chair, sat down, and propped his legs up on the desk, looking quite comfortable. Atom, Hero and Eve had been persuaded by Dai to leave right after the battle ended, to continue living her free life. Because he was wary of the powers inside her body and didn't want to drag Invincible young hero Mark into this, Dai ultimately did not let her participate in the battle against the Berserk Beast. And now, he was conducting the aftermath of the great battle. He purged the vampire-like gangs in the city, sent all those heinous criminals back to prison, and only kept some fierce but not evil people to maintain order. He also empowered Titan, asking him to help recruit some personnel to consolidate the rules, doing his best to make the lower levels of this city a better place. And he, Dai, was going to establish the Hero Association here. The first step in establishing the Hero Association was to establish a system. Therefore, he brought in some famous superheroes. Although they would not join the Hero Association, they would provide advice to Dai. They were Gambling God of France, Pearson, Octopus Favored One, Deep Sea Master, Ubiquitous Ghost Hand, Two-Armed Hero, and Immortal Hero, who only had a head left. Of course, Immortal Hero was dead. Dai just wanted some atmosphere, so he let him, virtually, participate. Anyway, whatever he said was correct. After the meeting ended, Dai established the Hero Association system. First, anyone who passed the assessment could become a professional hero of the Hero Association and obtain a rank medal. Second, the rank medals were divided into 5 levels from high to low: S, A, B, C, and D. The higher the strength and reputation, the higher the rank medal, and the higher the subsidies and assistance that could be obtained, including but not limited to acquiring weapons, equipment, and new superpowers from Dai. Of course, the final right to interpret the rank assessment belongs to Dai. Then, there was the Hero Association's motto. Do not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but there is no principle of non-killing. Only by reporting in advance and then conducting hero activities can one obtain reputation and subsidies. One can join other hero organizations. Among different organizations, heroes can spar with each other but must not kill each other. Any wavering matters must be reported to the association president, Dai. Thus, once the association headquarters renovation was complete, the Hero Association could open with great fanfare. Daidi's hero cultivation plan was also about to begin. But before that, he still needed to fill in the existing personnel, otherwise the hero association would seem too empty. So, the existing heroes are Race Knight, A rank. Dr. Crocodile with clone version, A rank. Titan, C rank. Immortal Hero temporary worker version, S rank. And, I always feel like I've forgotten something. Global Defense Bureau Secret Research Institute, 1 kilometer underground. A teenager was having his body pounded over and over again by many machines. Each strike from these machines could easily crush an ordinary person to death, yet this teenager could remain alive. It is as the saying goes, what doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. In the process of continuous pounding, this teenager's body strength had reached a terrifying level. But this was not enough. Director Sissel was standing in a remote isolation observation room, watching this teenager get stronger with his own eyes. This was a talent he had discovered by accident. Even if Daidi's performance was flawless, he still had to keep a backup plan. Right. How could I have forgotten about those two? Daidi slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing what he had overlooked. What he had missed was the Mahler twins. In the original work, the Mahler twins didn't have much screen time, but they played a crucial role almost every time they appeared, whether it was creating a physical body for Robot or shaping the major villain Armstrong Leeway. Unfortunately, their ending was to be killed by Invincible young hero Mark's younger brother, Oliver, and quite easily at that. It's a pity, they were supervillains with extremely powerful biotechnology, yet they died so sloppily. Daidi wanted to put them to use for himself. Therefore, Daidi set off immediately, intending to persuade them with virtue, and have them join him completely. Arriving outside the warehouse he had prepared for the Mahler twins, Daidi widened his eyes, because he saw the warehouse door was open, and the Mahler twins were not inside. Daidi walked in and scanned the area, discovering that besides the Mahler twins, even the cloning equipment had been taken, leaving only a mess behind. Daidi frowned slightly, surveying the interior like Sherlock Holmes. 5 minutes later, he reached a conclusion. The Mahler twins had been kidnapped. Who is it? Not only could they find my warehouse, but they also had the ability to kidnap the Mahler twins. Although the scene had been cleaned up, Daidi could still find traces of a struggle. He calmed his mind and seemed to know who had done all this. I still underestimated him. That guy was also one of the smartest people in the world. He could even cobble together a dimensional teleportation device. Fortunately, Daidi's influence was now extraordinary, and nothing that happened in this city could escape his information network. After breaking through several layers of anti-tracking measures, Daidi accurately locked onto that guy's location. Daidi went alone, kicked open the iron door of the abandoned base, and stormed in. Inside the abandoned base were the Mahler twins with their blue skin, and the leader of the Global Defense Agency, Robot, who had the appearance of an orange-skinned robot. Seeing Daidi barge in without warning, the Mahler twins were startled. They hurriedly pretended to be innocent, collapsing to the ground and groaning, ow, ow, incessantly. They didn't forget to punch themselves a few times to show that they really had been kidnapped, rather than just acting for Daidi's benefit while actually leaving voluntarily. Daidi narrowed his eyes, ignoring the two clowns, and looked at Robot. It really was you. Taking my people without a word, is that polite? Robot remained very calm. It raised a metal finger and retorted, the truly impolite one is you, Daidi. I was the one who saved the Mahler twins from prison, you were just the one who intercepted them. You're right, but your purpose in saving them was only to use them. After using them, you would discard them like trash and send them back to prison. But I won't. I won't care about their past. As long as they obey me, I promise them freedom. Obeying you and freedom are two very contradictory things. Robot pulled out a laser gun and continued in a voice without any inflection. I don't know what agreement you reached with Cecil, but I won't let you interfere with my plans. Whoosh! A blue laser shot straight at Daidi. Daidi didn't dodge or evade. He raised his hand and swatted it away, then lunged forward in front of Robot and punched its head into pieces. A tingling electric current made Dai shiver. He tossed the metal body aside, and it fell to the ground, lifeless. Daidi's current physical strength was no longer what it used to be, with the bonuses of numerous characters accumulated on him. If one were to set aside reputation restrictions and look only at strength, he could be considered a true S-class hero in the Hero Association's ranking system. An S-class hero represents the highest combat power among heroes on Earth, with only a handful existing on the entire planet. Of course, that excludes Viltrumites. Swish. Without warning, Dai turned around and threw a hook, smashing a figure into the wall with a loud crack. A moment later, the broken body inside the wall emitted a faint sound. How is this possible? Dai turned back, looked at the other robot body embedded firmly in the wall, and said, "Nothing is impossible." Almost forgot, if looking only at physical strength and combat intelligence, Dai could be considered at an S-class level. But no matter who it is, everyone has weaknesses and information gaps. But Dai, sorry, he is a person with zero information gaps. It's like a game called Two Touching Village. Perhaps you and your opponent are evenly matched, but if the opponent brings out a ninja you've never seen before, then there's a high probability you'll lose. But what if it's impossible for you to have never seen a ninja? Just like now, everyone thought Robot was an individual hero, but in reality, it was just a puppet. More dark figures jumped out from all directions, swarming up in an attempt to defeat Dai. Dai was well prepared. He reached out and grabbed one of the robot bodies, using it as a weapon to round up the other robots, then rubbed them into the ground and crushed them all. Finally, a powerful heat ray was unleashed by Dai, piercing through the control core of the last robot and destroying it. With that, the battle ended. The wreckage of the robots was scattered everywhere, but Dai only had some torn clothing and slightly dirty hands. He hadn't sustained any further injuries. This was a one-sided slaughter. This scene made the Mahler twins tremble with fear, thinking that he was indeed worthy of being the guy who could bestow superpowers upon others. His own level of toughness far exceeded their imagination. Such a character was someone they had no ability to defeat, to say nothing of the powerful assistants behind him like Race Knight and Dr. Crocodile. One of the Mahler twins cursed under his breath. "Shut up, you inferior clone. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." The two Mahlers started bickering again. Dai ignored them and walked over to a robot that could still transmit images, saying to its head, "You can borrow them, but you cannot take them away. They are mine." The robot emitted a crackling, intermittent sound like electricity. "What do you want to do, a clone army? Theoretically, it's possible, but neither morality nor natural law will allow you." "I know." Dai paused and continued, "So-called cloning is actually just creating an identical body, then copying and pasting the original's memories into that body. It's just like the new body you want. Once you've created it and the memory transfer is complete, although it has the same memories, in reality, that is not you. Yes, that is not me, but it has the same memories and personality as me. My own body is incomplete, so even though that is not me, I am willing to sacrifice myself to let it become the true robot. Do you dare to do as I have done?" Dai chuckled. It seemed this guy had quite a big misunderstanding about him. "No, I won't do that. I have a bottom line. Also, who said that clones must have their memories cloned too? Alright, if you trust me, I agree to let the Mahler twins create a new body for you, but they will not return to prison. You'll have to figure out how to explain that to Cecil yourself." After speaking, Dai crushed the robot's image core and walked over to the Mahler twins. "Alright, come back with me. You did well with the immortal hero matter." The two Mahler twins stopped arguing and nodded innocently. "You inferior clone, it's all your fault. You said that if we went with Robot, we might be able to get away from Dai. Now look, we almost died. Don't try to shift the blame. You were clearly the first one to run. You fooled, stupid, unreasonable clone. How the hell was I supposed to know that Robot couldn't take a hit? He got beaten down in 2 or 3 moves." The Mahler twins were still bickering. Before long, they were brought back to the farm by Dai, where they met Dr. Crocodile. Dr. Crocodile was standing in front of the door, holding a party popper and waiting enthusiastically. As soon as they arrived, he pulled the string, offering them a most sincere welcome. Ha 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 ha. Mahler, look at you two now. Dr. Crocodile's welcome was actually more like mockery. As fellow major villains, they had known each other for a long time. The Mahler twins crossed their arms and kept their mouths shut, clearly angered by Dr. Crocodile. All right, Dr. Crocodile, from now on you are all colleagues. I will also conduct a Hero Association assessment for you. Dai turned to the Mahler twins. From this day forward, you are B-class heroes, the Mahler twins. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Crocodile laughed again, pointing at the Mahler twins and saying, only B-class. How have you fallen so far since we last met? The Mahler twins were very disdainful of this. It was true that they had some combat power, but they didn't pursue physical strength. They wanted to control the world through technology and schemes. But, there were always inexplicable superheroes interfering with their plans, sending them to prison time and time again. Fortunately, the heroes of the Hero Association were not heroes in the traditional sense, but rather more like mercenaries. Alright, the Mahler twins, it's the same old deal. You complete my missions, and I can make you stronger. In the future, I might even let you conquer parallel worlds where no superheroes exist. Hearing Daidi's words, the Mahler twins exchanged a smile and said, is that so? Then we agree. Tell us, what else do you want us to do? Research the blood of the berserk beast and create clones. What about the memories? I plan to use artificial intelligence to replace memories, allowing them to demonstrate sufficient learning and application capabilities under controlled conditions. I intend to combine artificial intelligence with clones to create a new type of life, which I have named cyborg. This would be a more powerful existence than Sinclair's Revenant. The Mahler twins lowered their heads and thought for a moment before saying, this isn't simple. We and Dr. Crocodile alone can't do it. Rest assured, our helper will be here soon. Ding dong tilde a bodyguard sent a message to Dai. Boss, there is a robot outside asking to see you. Look, he's already here. Let him in. A few minutes later, the new robot appeared before them. Sure enough, in the end, Robot had chosen to trust Dai and came to ask him for a body. Although Robot was intelligent, he had his limitations. His expertise in biology and genetics was far inferior to the Mahler twins. Seeing that he had set aside his prejudices, Dai went with the flow and introduced his true plan to him. Robot was greatly shocked. After pondering for a long time, he agreed to Dai's proposal because he saw that it was profitable. Dai's proposal was for him to cooperate with Dr. Crocodile and the Mahler twins to research and create the cyborg. Of course, Robot was still Robot, the leader of the Global Guard, and would not join the Hero Association. With everything ready, they started working quickly. The first step was to clone a body for Robot using the genes of Rex. Dai looked at the blue sky and calculated that the time was about right. He needed to find Director Sissel and discuss something with him. It was about the matter on Mars. Mark Grayson was about to be sent to Mars by Director Sissel to protect the astronauts. However, on Mars, they would encounter the squid dogs and the Martians, causing a catastrophe. Dai wanted to send Race Knight along as well, to protect the Martians and enhance his own strength. Because on the current Earth, where it was impossible to manufacture spaceships, the growth of Race Knight's strength was too limited. The result was that Director Sissel readily agreed. Because this trip to Mars for Mark Grayson was essentially a means to test him, and having Race Knight accompany him would serve as an additional layer of security. Just like that, several days passed. The research and development of the cyborg was still stuck at the stage of analyzing the berserk beast's blood. This was much more difficult than developing space-based kinetic weapons. Dai's influence throughout the city was also gradually developing, and it had slowly begun to integrate with the industries formerly belonging to Machine Head. Of course, this integration was not built upon consuming the lives of ordinary people, but rather served as a transit hub, accessing the international underworld information network while engaging in the reasonable smuggling of goods. Well, although combining reasonable and Smuggling was quite absurd. That was indeed what Daidi was doing. After all, he didn't need to make a profit, did he? Putting aside everything that was currently developing, it was time to talk about the hero association that Daidi wanted to establish. The construction workers were very efficient. In just a few days, they had renovated the building and truly turned it into the hero association. Rooms for heroes to stay in, testing areas for heroes, a logistics equipment warehouse, an archive room, as well as training grounds and mission reception areas. Everything that was needed was available, and it looked incredibly impressive from the outside. Daidi had long since spread the news online. Today was the testing day for the first batch of heroes who had come for the opportunity. Whoosh! The doors to the testing ground opened, and many heroes walked in with various gates, arriving at the center of the vast plaza. They looked up at the Hero Association president, Daidi, who was standing with his hands behind his back at the front and center. Isotope stood beside Daidi like a secretary, respectfully handing over the information files of these heroes, which clearly marked their life stories and abilities. But, practice is the primary standard for testing truth. Therefore, the first batch of hero testing begins now. There were a total of 6 heroes who arrived in the first batch. These heroes were neither strong nor weak, which actually met Daidi's expectations quite well. After all, for a newly opened private hero association, even with Cecil's endorsement, it would be difficult to attract many people right from the start. Daidi estimated that it would be good if the highest level among these people could reach B-class hero standard. The grand test was about to begin. The first round tested the 4 physical attributes: strength, constitution, agility, and mental power. It sounds a lot like an online game, doesn't it? But in reality, this is indeed the best way to break down physical attributes into data. This test ended quickly, and as Daidi expected, none of the heroes present reached the B-class level, almost all were C or D class. The second round was a written test. On the exam paper, Daidi wrote various problems they might encounter when fighting villains, including but not limited to: if the villain is the Mahler twins, who have both strong physical power and brains, what would you do? And, if you are severely injured and knocked to the ground by an enemy, what would you do? This test evaluated the hero's combat IQ. They needed to reasonably combine their own characteristics when answering the questions to provide what they believed were the best answers, which were then reviewed by Daidi. Once this round was over, it was time for the last and most important round. The third round of testing, combat. This would be the culmination of the first 2 tests, requiring them to apply everything they had learned to actual combat. Daidi would personally evaluate them. Daidi leapt from the high platform and landed in front of them with great ease. Who will go first? The heroes looked at each other. No one wanted to go first because no one knew what abilities this so-called president of the Hero Association had. They all wanted to gain intelligence to improve their test scores. This was a normal thought for anyone to have, but it just so happened that there was an abnormal person among them. Me. I'll go first. A very lively voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over and saw a young man wearing a cheap blue combat suit with a long sword strapped to his back. He also had one detail that made people struggle to hold back their laughter. His mask was actually a motorcycle helmet. The corners of Daidi's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "Come on, superhero. Awesome. Watch out, President, I'm coming." With a shing sound, the long sword was drawn. This guy didn't even wait for Daidi to get ready. He drew his sword and swung it at Daidi, shocking the others into stepping back repeatedly. He was very close to Daidi, and in an instant, the tip of the blade touched Daidi's throat. Such a near sneak attack left all the other heroes stunned. What was even more surprising was that this guy seemed to be going for the kill, leaving no room for error. Even more bizarre was that there wasn't a shred of malice on him. Could he really just be doing this to pass the test? But one shouldn't kill just to pass a test. Just as everyone held their breath, waiting for Daidi to die, there was a ding sound, and the sword broke. That's right, the sword broke. Daidi's skin seemed to be made of steel. The sharp blade couldn't cut in and was instead snapped by the force of the interaction. The young man was shocked, but his reaction speed was extremely fast. He kicked off the ground and circled behind Dai, pulling out two daggers from who knows where, and ruthlessly stabbed at the back of Dai's neck. As a result, clatter. The daggers broke. This left the young man dumbfounded. A large hand reached out to grab him. The young man gritted his teeth and darted around like a cat. For a moment, Dai couldn't catch him. Very agile. That was Dai's assessment of him. But without weapons, how are you going to hurt me? Shing. A flash of cold light, a sharp blade streak flashed before Dai's eyes. Dai only felt a chill on his cheek, and a trickle of blood flowed down. The young man did a backflip to put some distance between himself and Dai. When he stopped, everyone gasped. Dai touched the wound on his face, which was already healing quickly, and smiled. Not bad. I didn't expect you to have a knife hidden in your shoe, using the force of your flip to cut me. That's truly terrifying. You look harmless, but in reality, if one isn't careful, it's possible to lose one's life to you. You pass. Huh. I passed. The young man was overjoyed. He quickly took off his helmet, bowed to Dai, and shouted excitedly, "Awesome. I'm a hero." The face beneath the helmet was even younger than his voice, looking almost like a high school student still in school. He even wore glasses. It was hard to associate him with the ruthless guy who was covered in weapons. Alright, go wait on the side to be graded. Who's next? The battle lasted only a short time. The heroes didn't learn much about Dai, only that his defensive power was astonishing, but to continue with the assessment, they had to bite the bullet and go up. Among them, 3 were superheroes who had been modified to gain superpowers. Dealing with this type of superhero, the ceiling is high and the floor is also high. Unfortunately, they only inherited the level of the floor, and were knocked down by Dai within 2 or 3 rounds. 2 others among them were transformation-type superheroes, others of the same type include Beast Girl and Gorilla. But unfortunately, their transformation abilities were unsatisfactory, and their actual combat level was also very poor. Since you were the first to come for the hero test, I'll let you pass. With a sigh, Dai gave them their ratings. Except for that young man, they were all D class. What? Why? That guy is just an ordinary person, how could he be ranked above me? Exactly. In terms of reputation and strength, I can completely crush him. That's right, your ranking is random. I'm going to tell Cecil. He's just an ordinary person with a few tricks, he doesn't have superpowers. The young man sat on the side with an innocent look, not daring to refute the senior heroes. Dai shook his head, extremely disappointed. An ordinary person, so what? If you aren't convinced, go fight him. HMPH, bring it on. The one speaking was a transformation-type superhero. He quickly got on the ring with the young man and began to fight. The transformation-type hero was named Giant Elephant. As the name suggests, he could turn into an elephant, with astonishing strength and defense. He knew well that his opponent had no sense of martial ethics, so he turned into a giant elephant right from the start and stomped toward the young man. The young man drew the long sword Dai had lent him, dodged to the side, and then with a few leaps, jumped onto the giant elephant's back, gripping the hilt with both hands and stabbing down fiercely. Coochie. The blade did pierce in, but only just a little into the skin. It couldn't cause any real damage to the giant elephant. The giant elephant scoffed and swung his trunk, swatting him down. Your physical fitness is just that of an ordinary person, and you have no superpowers. Do you think you can defeat me with just a broken sword? You're right, senior giant elephant, but I want to be a hero, and I want to earn your recognition. The young man's figure was like a ghost, darting and moving around the giant elephant, making it impossible for the clumsy giant elephant to catch his shadow. The young man slashed at the giant elephant time and time again, leaving behind almost useless wounds each time. Are you scratching an itch? The giant elephant mocked him, but he couldn't do anything to the young man because the youth was just too good at dodging, and he couldn't catch him. What's the point? President over there, hurry up and declare it over. Dai shook his head. This guy asking him to declare it over was just deceiving himself, unwilling to admit the fact that he was tied with his opponent. However, was the result really like that? Just then, the young man seized the opportunity, using the giant elephant's neck as leverage to kick off, and the long sword in his hand thrust toward the giant elephant's eye like a bullet. Fear of death flashed in the giant elephant's eyes. All right, that's enough. Dai appeared between the two, his right hand behind his back, his left hand extending 2 fingers to effortlessly catch the long knife the young man had thrust toward giant elephant. Although your skin is indestructible, he was never aiming for your body, but for your vulnerable eyes. One thrust is all it would take to destroy your brain. In terms of battle IQ, you lost completely. Daidi's words left giant elephant filled with shame. He immediately deactivated his transformation and, contrary to his previous attitude, apologized to the young man. The young man smiled happily and returned the long knife to Daidi, but Daidi told him to keep it, as it was a gift for becoming a superhero. From today on, you are a Class C professional superhero of the Hero Association. That's awesome. Hey! Daidi chuckled twice, turned around, and said to the remaining superheroes, it's not just those with superpowers who can become heroes, ordinary people can also rely on their own efforts to become heroes and fight evil. Black Samson of the new generation of the Global Guard lost his superpowers and became immortal, yet he was still selected for the Global Guard, reaching the pinnacle of his hero career because of his rich experience and excellent character. Hawkeye, despite being immortal, relied on day after day of grueling training to acquire superb archery and combat skills. No matter how powerful the opponent he fought, he always appeared on the front lines and gradually became a dependable superhero. The original Darkwing, cough cough cough. In short, what is a hero? A hero is an existence that protects the weak. You are heroes, those soldiers are also heroes, and Cecil, who silently manages the Global Defense Bureau and contributes to Earth, is likewise a hero. Do you understand? Daidi's words were resonant and powerful, moving people to tears. The chairman's words are so moving, sob 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 tilde. Yeah, although I don't know who Hawkeye is, we shouldn't look down on people without superpowers like that. Wah! The young man was crying the hardest. He directly hugged Daidi's leg. Chairman. You are simply my idol. I am willing to follow you forever. Daidi. EU tilde. Alright, the first hero selection ends here. You are the strongest in this test, come to my office. Yes, sir. The young man shouted, wiping away his tears and snot. In Daidi's office, Daidi sat in his chair, reading the young man's file over and over again. The young man's name was Carl. He was a high school senior, very young, just barely an adult. He was a straight-A student, but would you believe he had already been fighting crime for 3 years? However, his crime fighting was a bit special because Carl was a superhero who was never officially recognized. He often inadvertently killed or maimed criminals. So, rather than calling his previous identity a civilian hero, it would be better to call him a vigilante. But now, he was a hero. Your combat skills and footwork are very powerful, but your physique is still that of an ordinary person, which limits your strength. Carl was very simple-minded and didn't understand what Daidi meant, simply replying, I will work hard to train. Until I become a powerhouse like Omni-Man. Daidi covered his face. Kid, the human body has its limits. Even if I gave you 1,000 years, you wouldn't reach the level of Omni-Man, okay? Carl, what I mean is, if I could make you stronger, would you be willing? I'm willing. Carl agreed without hesitation. It seemed he was truly deeply captivated by Daidi's earlier speech. Isotope laughed from the side. Boss, that speech you just gave really had shades of Adolf, even I was almost conquered by you. Ahem, you can't just say things like that. Daidi coughed twice and returned to the topic. I can grant you superpowers, and you only need to sign a contract. A contract? What kind of contract? A brand new contract. Daidi slapped a piece of paper onto the table, which clearly read, Type 4 contract. This was the latest type of contract Daidi had unlocked from the superpower selling system. It had been a long time, and Didi had almost forgotten about this thing that was best for padding the word count. The Type 4 contract was no longer just about acquiring a portion of the signatory's physical attributes, it could also acquire a portion of their abilities, and it was side effect free. The effect of this ability is very powerful. Not only can it significantly boost your physical attributes, but it can also allow you to gain exponential strength increases in confined spaces. Note that the smaller the space you are in, the higher your physical attribute boost will be, and the only side effect is that as the bonus increases, your control over your own body will weaken. In other words, when your boost reaches its highest level, you will become a maniac who only knows how to fight. But it doesn't matter anyway, because that situation is unlikely to happen. Upon hearing Didi's words, Carl was exceptionally happy. Despite the side effects, this superpower would allow him to take a step closer to becoming a true superhero. And this was personally granted by the chairman. Without saying another word, Carl signed the contract. Feeling the power feedback into his own body, Didi smiled slightly and said, "All right, it's time to give you a hero name. Since the smaller the space, the crazier your battle intent, and your footwork and skills are as nimble as a cat, let's call you Haji Man." "Yes, boss." Carl jumped 3 feet high in excitement, smashing through the ceiling with his head. The office counts as a confined space, and the boost made him unable to control his strength for a moment. After pulling Carl down, Didi sent him away and turned to research the brand new superpower selling system. After many days, Didi opened the superpower selling system once again. This time, the system's capabilities were no longer limited to the selling and commission of superpowers. A new, reward draw, function had been added. Through the system's introduction, Didi understood the specific details of this function. In short, it was a reward system based on Didi's achievements. For every achievement Didi completed is set by the system, he could earn corresponding achievement points. By consuming these points, he could perform a reward draw. Functions like this existed before, but they were always vague. Now, it has finally materialized. Didi took a look and realized he had already completed many achievements, such as signing his first contract, signing 3 heroes, reaching a certain level of physical fitness, and so on. These were all in a pending state. Consequently, Didi clicked claim. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 160 achievement points. 160 achievement points. That was quite a substantial amount. If he had unlocked this system earlier and used these achievement coins to draw rewards to strengthen himself, he wouldn't have had to worry about killing the berserk beast. Sigh tilde. Didi felt like crying but had no tears. But what's done is done, one must look forward. At least with this function, he could significantly accelerate his path to becoming stronger. The so-called reward draw was essentially a giant lottery machine. As long as Didi invested achievement points, he could draw rewards from the system's reserve from across the myriad worlds. Each investment could not be less than 5 achievement points and no more than 100. The more points invested, the higher the probability of drawing something good. Superpowers, bloodlines, ancient cultivation techniques, magical powers, or even divine artifacts, if you could think of it, you could draw it. If your luck was good enough, drawing an actual person was definitely not impossible. Let me think, how should I draw? Didi fell into a dilemma. Please note that the amount of achievement points invested increases the probability of obtaining good things, not the quality of the items themselves. In other words, even if you invest the minimum of 5 achievement points, it is still possible to draw world-ending items. What kind of fool setting is this? Didi felt like crying. This was just inducing a gambler's mentality in him, always wanting to win big with a small stake, only to end up with nothing in the end. It really was something for nothing. So, Didi wanted to tell everyone, small bets are for fun, big bets hurt the body, and excessive gambling leads to ruin. So he chose to all in. He maxed out the probability directly. Luck is immutable, and paying won't change your fate. Go, Pikachu. Jingle tilde. The system's lottery machine spun up quickly. Investing 100 achievement points at once made it spin at maximum speed. After some violent shaking, the lottery machine spat out a colorful metal card. What is this? Dai reached out to touch it, but the moment he made contact, the colorful metal card instantly dissolved, turning into starlight that drilled into Dai's body. A sharp, intense pain spread from his fingertips throughout his entire body, and Dai couldn't help but scream. Fortunately, this pain didn't last long. When he recovered, panting heavily, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the conceptual level word spirit, system modified version. Hey. God. Open sesame. What is this? Reciting this sentence allows you to imbue your next strike with power sufficient to destroy everything. Anything in the path of the strike cannot be resisted, not even by Odin, the god king from Norse mythology. However, it will consume a large amount of physical strength. After a long silence, Dai squeezed one word out of his mouth. He was beyond speechless. The system really didn't make a sound until it made a splash. It actually gave him a heaven-defying, conceptual level ability. This was different from his prank-like, 100% roundhouse kick. This was a truly high-risk, lethal ability. This was the real deal. He had finally hit the jackpot. Finally, I'm someone with a finishing move. Dai couldn't suppress his excitement. But he still had 60 achievement points left. While his luck was still hot, he should hurry up and do a few more draws. Since 100 achievement points gave such a good item, what if I split them into 10-point draws? The probability only drops tenfold, but if I draw another one, I'll make a killing. Having said that, Dai happily started drawing. First draw. Ability card. 100% catching blades with bare hands. Drawn with 10 points. Since the previous draw hit the jackpot, it's normal for this one not to be great. Second draw. Fear socks. As long as you stuff them in someone's mouth, they emit a mentally repulsive odor that destroys the enemy's willpower. What the F? This is also fine. It's a good item for interrogation, even if I really want to complain. Third draw. A rock from the Jurassic period. His tilde a collectible. A filler, the next one is guaranteed to hit. Fourth draw. Fifth draw. Sixth draw. Smash. A glass was smashed to pieces. Dai's desperate voice echoed in the office. This is a scam. 6 draws in a row, and not one useful thing. I'm never gambling again. As his anger dissipated, Dai sat back in his chair, comforting himself. At least I have one heaven-defying ability, so it's not a loss. I'll treat those 60 achievement points as filler. One must be content. Let me see what other achievements are close to completion. Got it. Make the name of the Hero Association resound globally, reward 50 achievement points. 3 days later. Hey, Paul, what are you doing? Invincible young hero Mark asked Race Knight through sign language. They were currently on Mars executing an escort mission, so Invincible young hero Mark was with Race Knight, quietly waiting for the astronauts to complete their mission. As they waited, Race Knight suddenly stood up and began carving huge, strange characters into the ground with his heat ray. Race Knight ignored him and continued carving on his own. A few minutes later, Race Knight finished this massive task and helplessly replied via sign language. A man asked me to do this, I couldn't refuse. Not long after, the astronauts surveyed the area and were shocked by the strange characters before them. But because the characters were too large and they were too small, they didn't know what they were. They had no choice but to photograph them from various angles, trying their best to capture every fragment of these characters, and then transmit them back to Earth headquarters for people to piece together and analyze. Meanwhile, at Earth's Space Administration, experts were busily translating and piecing together these images, broadcasting them synchronously to television stations for a global live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the mysterious characters discovered by astronauts on the surface of Mars. Experts are currently interpreting them. This may be strong evidence that Martian civilization wants to negotiate with us. But when the photos were released one by one, arranged on the screen, and every fragment came together like a puzzle, everyone was stunned. The Martian script, when put together, miraculously formed a line of Earth text. Need a hero? Come to the Hero Association. No middlemen to make the difference. Bang. Cecil slammed his fist onto the table. Die D. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.